At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice, and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to week 5, day 9. My name is Alexander Ashanomaya. I will be your host for the day. It's a lovely day, and while I say good afternoon, my desk actually says good morning. I need my coffee. So let's introduce our desk for today. We have Torok, by the way, and Magical coming in from the other side of the ocean.
Wait a minute. This is an NACL. I think I got lost somewhere along the road.
I mean, you do have ducks, so I need, before you start to introduce yourself, we already know Torok, we don't care about that. Magical, tell us a little bit about yourself and where do I get a shirt like that?
So, honestly, I got this on Amazon, so it wasn't that special. And yeah, it's not all that special. And about me, I'm a play-by-play shoutcaster by trade over here in the United States. I've done things for Riot when it comes to like NACL, as I was just kind of memeing about. But I've also been a guest on the LCS. I do a lot of stuff for the Open Qualifiers, which is the Tier 3 that leads into Tier 2. I do pretty much any league that I could possibly try to because I just love shoutcasting and I love bringing some sort of chaos into the leagues that I'm a part of anywhere around the world.
Is that manga behind you, just to make sure we are on the same page?
Say that again?
Manga, is that manga be behind you? No, the other way. Yeah, is that? Are you secretly an otaku as well?
Oh, it's not secret.
What is that?
It's no secret.
Bringing the otakus together. Okay, because
you can't see, but there's Pokemon cards up there. There's even more manga down here. So I got stuff everywhere.
So we got on the same page. Torok has something behind him. Welcome, Torok.
What do you mean something? This is iconic. This is the Lego background, as you know, Ashram, and I will not
Wait,
hear
that's
any slander
Lego?
towards it.
That's Lego?
Hey, I can even see the Legos up there.
Every single box there is Lego.
Wait, they're all Legos?
They're all Lego.
My respect from you just skyrocketed. I actually thought those are like documents, IRX, taxes.
I thought it was just like the small little corner up, up there. That was the Legos.
No,
I thought you were
just,
locked in the basements, you know?
no, they're just labeled. Every single one.
Wow, you're so organized. I mean, that's
It's
why
not
you're the
me.
coach.
It's
You
not
know,
me. It's
this
not
is
me.
a good desk. Let's toss it to the casters because we have a good casting team today. We have Veteran, and I'm not gonna bully him anymore. Duckling.
Hello, I'm doing fantastic. This is the first time I think I've been introduced on the broadcast, Ashram, without you making any pun with it in the meantime. And the funny story is, it's all because of the fact that I haven't shaved and I've grown the slightest bit of beard.
Show it, please show
No,
it.
I'm not
Closer to
gonna-
the camera. Please do it. Please, come on.
It's a beginner, but
Look
we're working
at
on it. We're working on it. Taking steps in the right direction. It's a good day for the broadcast. Magical is wearing a fantastic shirt, and I think the background of Torg is indeed iconic. Big Lego enjoyer myself. I am a Dane, so perfect day for some broadcasting League of Legends, huh?
Veteran, do tell me something. How does it feel like to work with the reworked version of Duckling?
Yeah, I mean, it feels great, alright? Like, first off, congratulations. I no longer feel weird for, just being on the same desk as him, alright? Constantly having to tiptoe, not say any mean words, check with his parents that everything is fine for today, alright? Welcome to the real adult world, Duckling. I also have coffee in solidarity with Mad Magical, right? It is Esports morning over in Europe, which is about 4 or 5 p.m. normally. And I also have one other thing to celebrate our caster. There you go.
No way. Why
Would
do you have
look at that?
There you go.
Why do you have that though? That's the question.
There you go.
Why
Because
not?
I get the extra mile, Duckling. Now that you're in the adult world, Duckling, you need to do that too.
Okay.
Come on, Duckling. We all have something in the background. I'm full of, anime. Like, he has a bird, he has the flags.
I've got Rooster from Rooster.
Oh, you
from
make
Animal
it so hard. You make it so hard.
What
to
do you
take
mean,
seriously,
bro?
man.
He literally makes coffee. He runs the
I'm
coffee
trying
shop.
so hard. Desk. I mean, you're the man, though. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Archorm, I feel like you kind of need this when dealing with Duckling sometimes. It's a
Oh,
when
I'm
you're
done.
just over it.
Or this.
You're just over it.
Wait, I'm glad we're all like weird adults with a lot of. I just love it. I just love it. Talking about loving it, week 4 was amazing at the NLC previous week. Let's talk a little bit about it. Surprises and big hits. What to both of you? I know Magical, you're coming from the other side of the ocean, but when you look into the NLC, and there's a big difference, obviously, in terms of picks and what they do. Let's call it this way. What was your big surprise until now for the NLC? And Tarek, do hit me as well.
I'll say it's not a big surprise, but obviously over in North America, especially when it comes to our tier 2s, tier 3s, we're playing with Fearless Draft. So we do best of 3s, we do Fearless Draft, which allows for a lot more unique picks to really make their way through and really kind of shine some light on players that might not always get it with the deeper champion pools. But when you look at NICL compared to NLC, I think the biggest one for me is that we've already started seeing a lot of priority on Rumble. And this was going back a couple weeks, and you guys are just starting to really pick up on the trend of Rumble is actually probably better than Skarner currently. Skarner's still broken, don't get me wrong, but Rumble is absolutely insane. The fact that he can go top lane, mid lane, and jungle.
It makes a lot of sense. Although, how was your AD carry position with AP champions?
Me, are you talking about how I play the game? I play Vigar, so I love it. But if you're
No,
talking
I'm
about how
Yeah,
if you're talking about how it
there.
comes to actual competitive, Brand, Karthus, they're making their way through. They're kind of seeing some light, but it's kind of funny how I thought I'd see a lot more of it, especially with Blackfire Torch when it came to the mid-season changes. But we've seen all that from the jungle. We've seen a lot of AP junglers, but from bot lane, it's really just kind of been the lock standard. We're still seeing a lot of hyper carries. We're seeing Corki get flexed either mid or bot. We see Tristana, same deal. You're getting things like Jinx that still are the flavor that everyone likes to go towards. So it's not as much, but we are seeing a little bit still.
It's an NLC thing. It's a weird thing. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying it's our thing. We just, give it a hug. Tarek, talking about that, week 4, big surprise, so we can move and look at the standings afterwards. Tell me.
Well, I think the state of the NLC right now is in a very interesting spot. As you said, bringing up the standings, you have DMG at the top, which, look, when I was here last, which was, in the early weeks, we were saying, okay, are DMG legit? That was the question. And to come back now to the broadcast and see them on top, battling with Ruddy, battling with Venom, Crest, and with Nord, the people who, are once again usually in our top 4 bracket, is really exciting to see.
It is really interesting. Natives, though, are going through a rough patch, and Blue Eyes still searching for their first victory. Will it be today? Well, might as well hit you with something else. If you think it is today that Blue Eyes are going to win, might as well join the Fantasy League over at Twitter. So join us and start putting the players that you believe will win every single day. We have some awards for the people who end up in the first place. Steel Cities is part of that one. And also the players of the week. I don't think we have that right now. So if you want to see it, head on to our social medias and then you get access to that one. This is what we have for the Fantasy League, but what about what we have for today? I want to showcase the menu specifically for Magical as well, so you can tell me how does he think is going to land the menu for today. We're going to start with Blue Whites versus Venom Crest. Venom Crest took a hit last week. Will they recover? Nord versus DMG, which is an amazing game. Ruddy versus LLS, and then finishing it off with Verdant versus Natives. Verdant are really, really skyrocketing towards the top of the standings, so keep that one in mind. And I want to get predictions. And now I'm going to let you both talk because predictions is a high point of the desk.
So I want to start off because we got our first series, right? Of Venom Craft up against Blue Whites. Blue Whites haven't gotten their win yet. They're still looking for it. And I will say Venom Craft have done a good job of beating teams that are above them in the standings, but have struggled when it's teams either even or below them. So maybe this is Blue White's time. Maybe it's time for them to actually pick up the win today.
Versus Venom Crest, that would be a wild one. I took a peek at predictions. Let's showcase the prediction for everybody back at home. But yeah, look at the amount of points everybody's putting on Venom Crest. You only put 2, which is interesting. Aside from that, there's a big switch. I thought Nord would get a little bit more support from the casters. I'm the only madman when it comes to Ruddy versus LLS. And at the end, interesting. Native's actually getting some love from like Redude and Hiprain.
So I'll be honest, when it came to my predictions, I really wanted to try to meme it the best I could. I was asking if I could have negative points in certain series, if I could have just all points put into one series. So this is kind of like my workaround, but best I could. I didn't want to go full against Blue Whites, right? I'm going to give them a little bit of credit. Like I said, I think that something Venom Crest has really struggled with is teams below them in the standings. They have almost the old counter-logic gaming kind of mentality. They beat the teams that are above them in the standings. They struggle against teams that are below them. They've only lost to Ruddy that is above them. The other losses they've gotten were teams that were below them at the time in the standings. So there's always that possibility. But I also just wanted to really put it in like how important that second match is, right? Nord versus DMG. I think that one, that's why I wanted to put a lot of points there, because I think it's going to be interesting. It's not that I think Nord are going to take it, but I wanted to really gamble with this one and be like, hey, you know what? This is our highlight matchup, in my opinion. This is the match I've got my eyes on, and I want to let everyone know why I'm so excited about it.
You hit the nail on that one, also because Nord are playing with a new jungler. How is he going to perform? It's going to be Joker joining in. They announced that on the social medias. Also follow the teams on social media to understand where they're standing and also the content they provide. Torok, I don't see your predictions over there. Are you done being a guest? Are you part of the show now? Or what are your predictions? You can give us to us like live.
Oh, I thought I was going to have to become the embodiment of Foxdrop, whom, made some very, very good predictions. However, I would be on the side of Venom Crest. I'll have to contradict Mad Magical statement. I do think Venom Crest should be the heavy favourites, regardless of the counter logic that you wish to present. That said, we of course will wait and see. Nord DMG are a very exciting matchup, though, and I think Foxdrop actually did have it right on his predictions, who I will stand for, that this is going to be an extremely close game. They're bringing in a new jungler in Yoka. The reason for that, we don't know, but I think it makes sense to, if they want to try and stir the pot, if they want to try and bring something new. And at the same time, DMG, I think they've actually got something that's working. So putting a prediction there, well, at least I very much have some sympathy from my side of the desk. So this is going to be a very interesting week of play. And I mean, Ruddy and Verdant to take it out for me, I think are going to be my guesses.
We talked a lot about other teams, but there's one specific team I think we need to highlight. The curious case of Verdant bottom. They started from the bottom. Literally, they were having a lot of issues, but all of a sudden, people are saying, "Hey, wait, this could be a top contender." Even the players we're interviewing, the content that we're bringing, within the scope, a lot of players are stating they could be a top 4 team, and I would like to know more about that. So, who wants to start this one? Magical. I see you have that knowledge. You also like to read manga, so hit me.
So when we look at Verdant, right, and we look especially at the bot lane, it's something you guys were kind of talking about, like the mages and how those have been a big deal here in the NLC. But we look at Verdant, I believe it's more that they've been playing still like the traditional marksman, like I was talking about over in NNA, how we've kind of been sticking to that. We've been sticking to that style, and I think that's something that like some players aren't as good when it comes to like trying to flex around with the mages, and I like it better when a player isn't as comfortable going for that style, so they just really hard commit on the style they're used to. They have the rest of the team that can build around that, really utilize that. Like, we're seeing Ivern starting to come back into the meta a little bit more. That is another thing that can help build around this bot lane to really bolster them up. And I think that when it comes to Verdant and how they're starting to play things around, like, I think it was a little unfair, like, when people were saying that Verdant were a team that we kind of were discounting because they had that bad week 3, because they had still beaten North the week before, right? It's like they're not a bad team, and they've never been a team that people should just go, they're not going to do anything. They're still a team that I think can play around, like I talked about, scaling into the game, not going for these early exciting plays, but just making sure they get to the 3-item spikes, utilize things like Jinx to be that hyper carry to get the win at the end of the day.
We're talking about X-Drop, Torok. There's a lot to bring in. I like the way you look into the bot lane, Magical. Obviously, coming in with the meta that you're still living right now. And look at these stats. Obviously, KD is different. It's 5th, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on. But look at the other stats. Between all the AD carries in Link, including Nata, which is an amazing AD carry. Everybody has been talking about him. He's in 1st place. This is ridiculous, Torok.
Yeah, I mean, if you're on a team, especially one that is not doing so well, the fact that you're actually the person who you can be relied on for damage percentage first in the entire league, not just on his team, if I'm understanding the stats correctly. I know I've not been with it for the last few weeks, but also the fact that he's someone who's clearly outputting a huge amount of work for this roster in every single game to maintain this position. And if you're a team that's 4-4 in the standings, you want an AD carry like that who you can rely on and say, no, we have a clear win condition. We have someone who we can play around. More importantly, we have someone we can rely upon. And I think that's what Drop has been for Verdant, despite having maybe some very shaky start to the season as a team, and even Drop individually in the early weeks, was maybe giving away a kill or something later on in the game where he maybe shouldn't have. He's evolved to be this player, which Verdant is the backbone of the roster in some respects.
Yeah, and we need to ignore that Nasus. Let's not talk
What do you
about
mean?
it.
This is the number 1 scaling ADC, right?
But he played tank with Blackfire. That was like, he talked about it like, I can be a support to the team. No, you don't. You are an AD carry. You are the carry of the team. Magical. There's something we got a hold of information. He was a coach in the previous season, and he said, I don't want to play anymore. And someone stole him from the coach position and said, like, you still have one more in you. You know when you start seeing those movies to rob a bank, and they're like, dude, you still have one in you. And he pops off, and I know you have the stats about the KDA on specific champions. Like, with your American voice, give me those numbers.
I mean, they're not that impressive.
What
was it? It was Corky with like a 9 KDA, but then a Jinx I think was at 17. Just normal numbers, very normal numbers. Nothing unusual at all about playing these hyperscaling ADCs, and the stats kind of spoke for it, right?
Yeah.
We saw, sure, the KDA wasn't like number 1, but that's counting all games, right? You have wins and losses. That's going to bring it down. Nasus, hey, you know what? Hey, still was what? 3.5, I think, on that one. Not terrible for ADC Nasus. But at the same time, we look at that. Look at the rest of the stats. Number 1 in gold per minute. Number 1 in CS per minute. Number 1 when it came to kill participation. And if you're number 1 at kill participation as an ADC, that's telling you what the team does. They play around the bot lane, they play around X-Drop, they play around scaling.
And that's exactly where we need to hit the nail. It's not only about the X-Drop show, it's about the team itself that realized what they needed to do. And Todok, you were specifically a coach for the team that had an amazing member, and the team started realizing, hey, we need to play around this guy. And eventually, when you start protecting the diamond, the ring forms itself, correct, Todok?
Without a doubt, if there's someone who can be trusted to, take that responsibility upon their shoulders and say, look, I am somebody who is going to be able to be a pivot point for you guys to play around, people will naturally play for you. People will entrust in you the ability to take that game forward because they want to win above all else, right? It's always that sense of the team above the individual, but when an individual can carry the team should move around that person. And at least in that case, Verdant clearly have, I don't think they're just set on playing for their bot lane, although he's performing very well, but they have a member who, if they need them to step up, X-Drop certainly will.
I love it. They're galvanizing their powerhouse, and if they need, there's other card carries. Yeah, I'm not native, but I know words. But also, we need to galvanize from Blue Eyes versus Venom Crest. Obviously, Magical, you have some, some love from Blue Whites, and now that they have costume, there's a big difference between the first time Venom Crest and Blue Whites fought off. The first game, it was 23 minutes long. It was total destruction from Venom Crest versus Blue Whites.
Yeah.
But I think Blue Whites are different. They showcased it versus Ruddy. Tell me, do you believe?
I think I believe that they'll make this game closer. I believe that they are evolving. They are getting better as the season is going on. We did get a little bit of information that they've doubled their scrims as of late. So I'm excited about the same. I always will root for the underdog. I'm a big underdog fan. I want to see the upsets, especially because we're getting into week 5 now, and I believe that if Blue Whites lose a single game now, that they are completely out of playoff contention. Like, there's no, and even winning every game from here on out, it still is requiring certain things to happen perfectly for them to get into playoffs. There's still that hope, but they have to win every game from here on out if they want to even get that possibility. And so I want to believe, but Venom Crest, they have been doing a good job. I talked about it before. they have the counter logic mentality. There's always that possibility that they drop a game against another team that's below them in the standings, and I'd like to believe that as well. But this is also a team that has gotten really good games against teams above them in the standings that have looked really strong. That is a team that has looked like they have evolved themselves as it's gone on through the season.
My question is, they lost an important game in the previous week that would allow them to not only stand at the top of the standings, but also for the playoffs contention, like that specific seeding spot. Is this enough to shift the mentality of the team? Or is this the perfect game for Venom Crest to actually come back from, like, hey, we lost the previous one, it's versus Blue Whites, let's reset. Like, how do you look into this situation?
I mean, if I have to, that's actually a great way to look at things, because I feel like that actually puts a lot more pressure onto them into this game. This is a team that you should be beating. In theory and on paper, you should beat. But if you lose to them, that could be the destruction of Venom Crest. That could be their undoing. And that's a big point when you get into the season, where you have to then reflect on how things have been going, what has happened. And a lot of teams, especially newer players, newer organizations, newer staff, will struggle how they bounce back in that. And Torque, you've been a coach before. You know how that can be. It's difficult sometimes when you know you should beat a team, but then you lose to them, and then you're at that point in the season where you're now fighting for that last playoff spot, and things can go south really quickly.
Yeah, without a doubt. When you're taking a look at the sort of the precarious position this team sits in right now, you're happy, you're comfortable, you're within playoffs, but you're only one win into playoffs. And I think every single game there's that chance for a team to play spoiler, to be a banana on the road, and you have to be very, very mindful of that, because although I think in some respects you look at this game with some relief as Venom Crest, especially if even if things are all going wrong, you think, well, it doesn't almost matter, we should beat these guys. The issue is at the end of the day, it doesn't prove much for you winning, but it does prove a lot losing. And that is the genuine risk of playing against a team that is like 0-9 in the standings, like Blue Whites are this late on in the season. But at the same time, it can just be a really nice respite compared to the more competitive games in the league. It really depends ultimately how well Blue Whites turn up, because sometimes these games, as a player, as a coach, in the position that Venom Crest are in, they can be, okay, the game's over by 5 minutes, we're relaxing. They really don't have they don't have what it takes to beat us on this occasion. But if something goes a little bit wrong, if you go a couple of kills down, you start teetering. And that is really the way these types of games can go. So you've got to be careful.
And that's what happened with Blue Whites versus Ready previous week. It looked like Blue Whites actually could take the cake at the end of it. It was a back and forth. There were a lot of kills in favor of Blue Whites. But there's still an issue where it's like a dog chasing a car, and then they get to the car and they're like, okay, we never thought we would get this way, like this far. What do we do? Like, that's my biggest concern versus Venom Crest. If they do get the early game, can they pull it off? And sometimes when you called into this league, like Blue Whites were, it's complicated when you get to the car, right, Magical? This could be a concern for them, even versus Venom Crest.
I like that analogy. I mean, it's always a fun one. But I feel like for Blue Whites, if you do it once, you get confused on what you do when you catch the car. The second time, you have a plan now. Now you know you can catch the car. Now you understand what you have to do once you get to the car. I don't know what that is, personally, for the dog, but the dog now knows.
I was so excited to learn, like, what's
not gonna do?
Like, is it the tires? Do you attack the driver? What do you do?
Hey, it could get into the car. There could be treats in the car. It doesn't know that. So now maybe it just tries to drive the car. There's so many possibilities now for Blue White to go for this one. And I think that's going to be a big telling factor in this one. I think that Blue White's, like, the fact that they're scrimming more, the fact they got close against Ruddy, this is actually a good indication of growth this team has had, and beating Venom Crest now. Playoffs, I was talking about it. It's a possibility. It's not a probability. It's not likely that it's going to actually happen. But it would be great for them moving forward, for all these players, for the staff to say, hey, you know what? We're starting to learn. We can go into 2025 and say how we're going to do as a team, the growth that we can all have, and possibly even have a far better showing in 2025.
Yeah, I think if they look into the bot lane like Verdant, for instance, they could get a hold of something. Custom joining into the team is also an important thing. When you change the mid laner, I was having a conversation with DMG. I'm not going to spoil the interview that's coming out tomorrow, but DMG was talking about the fact that it's not about the mid laner, because mid laner is not where you can showcase your skill as an individual on a 1v1, because there's a lot of attention in mid lane. And I think Custom can bring a lot into this team because he can roam. He can, what do you mean, Tony? What is happening? No, because you can bring a lot of attention into the mid lane. You can roam, you can protect the bot lane as well. You can join your jungler. So Custom joining in, if you get a good mid laner, things can change, right, Sorok? I mean, you know, experience when you have that, there's a difference, right?
Without a doubt. I mean, if you bring in any different individual within a team, you're going to get some new factors arising, some new dynamics, and especially if they're an individual who is making positive both, outside of the game, well, an entire team can look very, very different. So with the fact they do have this new mid laner coming in, that is without a doubt a factor which I think they'll be happy about. You don't make a change unless you're happy about it in many cases. And the idea is that they could definitely bring something unique to the table that we haven't seen before, because as Magical said, doubling their practice, that is a huge deal. If you're a team that is doubling your practice, that means you're coming here to win today. And I very much wish Blue White's the best with that.
We got information that we're about to jump into Champion Select. There was a small delay. Blue Whites are going to lose their last 2 bans, which is not the start we were looking for. We were building...
Don't need that.
We don't need that.
Let them all through. Let every powerful pick through.
Why Ben?
Exactly.
Do the faker tactic, like they got it, like the champions from the top. Like, we don't care about that. We don't use skins as well. We just go in. Blue Whites don't need that. And I think this is such an important topic, the fact that you can double the scrims out of nowhere, because they were feeling a little bit down. Eventually they stopped even coming into the interviews, and then they joined again. Even though they lost, they were like, hey, we're popping off. We're actually looking into this. It feels like we're going to get it. It feels like we're going to get it. Like getting a beating and then looking into the camera and say, hey, we're going to get it. I mean, this is hard. I mean, Tarek, for instance, you were a coach. You got beat up like a lot of times, like constantly, but you still showed up for every single interview. When you have that faith, it's quite important. Man, you got beat up so many times.
I mean, I'm getting beat up on broadcast right now, but you're absolutely right. Like the most important thing is your response to losses, right? And I've been on teams which have been extremely successful, which have, you win, let's say, the majority of your games in the season, 80-90% of them. I've also been on teams though that ended up in relegation, and so it's really important that on whichever side of the coin you're on, it's pretty much how you respond to it that actually matters at the end of the day. And with Blue Whites, they're 0-9 right now. It sucks. I've been very, very close to that at different points in my career with different teams. When you're there, a lot of things aren't working. They're not working, and it's going to be difficult for you to get a win. But what you also know is anything can happen the second you get out onto that rift. And in the case of Blue Whites, if they come out and play a good game of League of Legends, all of these guys understand how to win a game. They did so, if we remember, let's bring it back, in Division 2, they were the champions, right? This is not a team that is averse to winning games. They understand how to get it done. They just have to get it into that position where they're able to take versus a team in the upper division. And I think they're going to be capable of doing that so long as they play their cards right. So you've got to give them the best shot they can. And since they're turning up with 2 less bans, it might throw Venom Crest off. You never know.
Okay, we're just getting some information. We're still waiting for the team to join in. Don't worry, we could toss it to a break. Yes, we could. But
No. I want to ask you all, why you guys don't play Zyra?
Why don't we play?
Yeah, why don't we see, like, we saw like 1 Zyra game so far?
Yeah.
Actually wait, Magical, I'm with you on this because I'm also working in the NLC and ACL right now. Where is Zyra? What's going on?
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah, we're asking you now.
I played Zyra this morning, by the way. I'm just letting you know.
Wait, jungle or support?
ARAM. But the idea is I played Zyra. No, but I totally agree. I do believe that Zyra should be way more picked. And Initialize was talking about it. He casts other leagues. He does a lot of co-streaming. He was talking about how Zyra is so powerful. It's almost like it's not even fair if you know the timings on the jungle. And I think we're a little bit behind the meta. Maybe we can get to see it this week. It needs to show. It needs to show. I know that was the question. But also, you talked about something that to me is like the key point of esports, Torek. That as soon as you jump into the Rift or whatever sort of esports, you're the same as the other person. There's no difference. And I want to know from both of you, when did you start playing? Because you still have some time. No breaks for me. I don't care about that.
I kicked off in season 5 regarding League of Legends.
Wow.
So that was my beautiful beginnings. I spent a lot of time on Twisted Tree Line at the early days playing with my friends. It's missed. It is missed. But eventually I grew out of my 3v3 stage and moved on to playing the big game with the big guns. Exactly. And well, it's been very fun since.
Magical.
Do I have to?
I mean, you want me to share first?
Yeah. Because I want to build up the suspense of how long I've been playing for.
Oh, I think I'm gonna win. So I started at beta. I played another game competitively. I was a competitor. I played like the first one that was made in a different game. I don't know if you know that one. And then I jumped to a new one, and then I played League beta because I was a competitive player. I played in the ESL winter seasons and all that. I actually played versus Moscow 5.
Hey,
Fnatic,
good times.
The good old days when I was actually a good player. But no, to me, like I started talking about that because it's so important. Esports, I think that summarizes everything. As soon as you jump into the Rift, like everybody's the same. And I started playing this because I was extremely sick and I couldn't get out of my house, by the way. I had to go through surgery.
Oh.
And I couldn't get out of my house. Actually, I had to go to the hospital if I leave my house, so that was really complicated. And to me, esports is that, because as soon as I joined the Rift, I was really sick and I was supposed to die, you know? I joined the Rift and was like, I don't care. I'm the same as the other person who's fighting. We're still level 1. I don't care who you are, your color, your religion. I don't care what else. We're the same inside of this, and I'm gonna beat you up. Even though I'm dying in real life, I'm gonna make you suffer inside of the Rift. So I think this is beautiful. I'm getting in some information. Okay, we getting a swap out of a sudden. Yes. So we getting a different situation out of a sudden. Blue Whites are joining in, but with a new player.
Who is it?
There's a sub.
Oh.
Now let's make this interesting. I'm not gonna say it.
Okay, and Archer, I've been playing since season 1, so I'm very close to you. Yeah, very close to you. Very close.
Look at these ancient people around me. I mean, what can you do?
When you played 5 Sunfires on Twitch.
Oh, and Evelyn too. Back when Evelyn used to have a stun on her invisibility, and you just go. And then they nerfed her, so it was only a slow. And then she was useless, so you just go with the Sunfires. That was great.
I brought you chaos. Oh, it seems like they have the same plays, but apparently from the information that I have, it seems like Quest is swapping for MKR, which was the player we were highlighting. Is this concerning? We don't know. Let's jump into the champion select itself, as Xante and Skarner are being removed. It seems like it's a stable one. Will Corki be removed? Tristana as well? That's a question.
And right now, you're just going to expect the usual bans, right? From Venom Crest, if you're their coach in this position, the Rumble, as Magical mentioned, you really want to just keep things as stable as possible, because in your mind, if you're in a stable game, if you're playing a game state that you understand how to win, you believe you're favored versus Blue Whites. So I don't expect Venom Crest to deviate too much from what we've already seen from them. What I would expect, though, is Whites to deviate. They are a team that likes to bring new things. We've seen Eget. He was ahead of the curve on stuff like Jack support. Okay, it didn't work out, but he was ahead of the curve. He's the type of person who understands, okay, this might be pretty good. I want to bring it forward to the team. And if you've got a little bit of a creative mind in there, all it takes is one person for that to spread across the entire roster. And Blue Whites, they want to upset the apple cart here versus Venom Crest. I expect them to bring something a little bit different out today.
With the Tristana ban here and Corki still being up, I would still expect that to be red side banned here by Venom Crest. But I feel like this leaves open more of the old school style mages in the mid lane that we've been seeing a lot of, such as like Azir. Talia is a big one I'm kind of looking at. I know Sejuani has been a go-to for Blue Whites, so like they've been playing a lot of that. But the Zyra is still like kind of the champion that I'm still seeing left open, and then that Corki getting picked on the other side.
Yeah,
okay,
that being
not
said,
only that, but Talia. Yeah, it's open.
Yeah,
Tell me, Tarak.
Yeah, I mean, that being said, well, there we go. I mean, I actually, I wasn't gonna say it, but what I was gonna, oh yes, Right, this is the stuff we like to see here from Blue Whites, right? Because Venom Crest, they took what is quite a standard rotation, but
Right.
standard rotations can be punished. And what I was hoping to see from Blue Whites in this game is to come out swinging with something creative. That's what we know about this team. They are creative. Rengar into Ivern, a good matchup, without a doubt. Actually manageable for Ivern, but very, very good for Rengar. On top of that, Rengar with Senna. So this Rengar could be going bot, it could be going top, it could be going jungle, right? There's a lot of flexes left in this Blue-White's draft, which is really intimidating for Venom Crest to deal with. Venom Crest, this is the narrative. We're going to see they're going to pick stable, they're going to pick Rel, but the question is their stability actually ready for what Blue-Whites are about to bring out?
Man, I like this a lot from Blue Whites. I'm right there with you, Torque. I like the Rengar flexibility. The Sejuani has flexibility too. The fact you can put that top lane. If you really want, we've seen it support way long ago. There's a lot that can be done here by Blue Whites that kind of puts Venom Crest in this weird position. As you talked about, they have the standard stuff. They have the Ivern. They got the Corki. Corki can go mid, can go bot. It got some flexibility, but it's a lot less flexible. It's a lot more rigid in how they have to go for things. Also, just to remind everyone, we do have the 2 skip bans that will be here for Blue Whites. So you won't see any bans there. But I want to see how Venom Crest will answer in this one. What they're going to do when it comes to especially that top side of the map, because that Rengar Sejuani, they work so well together with Ascena on that side that Lenny's going to be in a bad spot pretty much in most things you pick, unless you want to just say, all right, Ornn duty time. You're just going on a tank. It doesn't matter if you get ahead or not in the top lane.
The biggest concern on the first game was Veluxa versus Lenny. Can Veluxa get revenge? Because this is about revenge. We hit that part of the split where you can get those sort of revenge gameplays. Now, they're only able to tackle the mid lane, heading for Custom, and we know Custom is a big addition to the team. He played a lot of, and he still has a lot open for him. He's bigger than those two. This is a hit on him as well. But I like this Rengar as well. I'm with all of you on this one. You ban the Vadas, beware of a man who has nothing to lose. That's the quote. And they the Rengar. They're like, you know what? Beware of a team who has nothing to lose. So at this moment, they need even more like originality. Yeah. So what can they bring for Venom Crest at this point? They need to reveal something in the map, probably for Lenny, like a safe pick.
Well, I would suggest them more. Well, you can obviously go for Lenny. You can, and that would keep the Corki flex. So you can also try and protect your top laner, though, which I did. Yeah, this is actually what I think is the correct call from Venom Crest, because, and there's a very specific reason for this. Rengar is a very dangerous top laner, and Rengar being a flex in this draft prevents Lenny with quite a few problems, because blind Sante out with, Rumble out with Skarner out with a lot of the key champions. You kind of have to respect that flex, and therefore actually just your mid blind, picking your AD carry into what you can already see, gives Lenny a bit more safety to be able to pick what should be a very good top matchup, and actually force Blue Whites to reveal hopefully where they're going. The Ornn doesn't actually do this though. The Ornn does do it to a degree. You'd expect it to be Senna Ornn bot lane versus Kai'Sa Rell. That is the most standard approach. This would be most likely what's going to be the case, but these champions are all still flexible. At least you kind of know at least the shape of Blue White's comp now, and it looks like it's going to be very, very beefy.
Why not?
The shape is beef, so it's very exciting.
And the crazy thing to me is there's still so much flexibility there. Like, if you really want to shake it up, you could put Senna Galio bot lane, you could put the Ornn mid lane, Sejuani top lane jungle. There's so many different things that you can go for here. Actually, I really like, there's the Trundle Hover. I would have really liked that. That would have been really good. But, like, now we'll know exactly how Blue Whites are going to play this one, but it is beef. It is, they're going to survive a lot of the damage that is going to be thrown at them by Venom Crest.
Wait, that's another question that we have. Due to the changes we have on Blue Whites, we are not aware of who is going to play what and position-wise as well. So everything can change. You can look at Eggets and think like he's going for support Sejuani, but maybe he's going for the jungle. So this is another question mark for Venom Crest. You prepare the game, but now you have no idea of what's going to be played. What's going to be played.
I really have to
tell me.
Say
Senna has a complicated game. Yes.
Yeah. Well, Senna has a complicated game, but actually the 3v3 bot side from Blue Whites this game is incredibly incredibly strong. You have Senna Rengar, which gives that extra leap for Rengar, of course, using the Senna Mist, for those of you who are not aware. But you also have Sejuani paired with the Senna, which sets up the CC for Rengar to be able to skirmish, and he's skirmishing into a champion like Ivern. So, in theory, for Blue Whites here, the bot side 3v3 should be incredibly potent, and if they're able to pilot this to even just 70% of the necessary level, because this is what happens when you go into sort of more diverse and unique champions you maybe don't have a lot of game time on. If you're able to just pilot it to a suitable level, and we don't know how good they are going to be at this, they actually have a huge advantage to be able to capitalize on. And at least, and what I'm really happy to say from Blue Whites is they presented a new and difficult challenge for Venom Crest to face that they will have never seen in scrims. And from Venom Crest's side, if you fall behind to that, you are going to be extremely disoriented. So this is a really, really interesting setup. I'm very excited for Blue Whites this game.
I think we were able to give you magical chaos, which is exactly what you wanted. So there you go. It's the first game, Blue Whites versus Venom Crest. We can finally hit the rift. So without further ado, let's toss it to the casters, Veteran, and the man with the beard, Duckling.
Thank you very much, Ashram, for that beautiful introduction. We are on the caster desk. I'm joined by the Thanos of Europe with an American flag on his desk. Veteran, how you doing, buddy?
And give shout outs to and the Finnish flag, right? Shouting out the Finnish boys over on the side of Blue Whites. That's why they're called Blue Whites.
Yeah,
now you know.
I will
Now
say
you
though,
know.
if you got to watch Middlecut's content piece for the NLC this week, apparently the breaking news was that all the players on Blue Whites have lost their Finnish residency due to it making them worse at League of Legends because the Finns just aren't very good at it. So
Remember
so
the
sadly-
good times.
Yeah, remember the good times. Not
I mean,
many
this
good times when
basically-
you're a Finn, buddy. I
I mean,
don't know
this
what-
this one basically stopped being a country yesterday, so just remember the good times. It's a nostalgic flag lineup. Alright, it's a nostalgic flag lineup. I'm excited for the drafts here. One thing Tog didn't mention is that the Rengar also acts as essentially a Galio delivery system. I remember the days of Galio Rengar being played, and what is Rengar being played into? It's being played into the Ivern. It's one of Ivern's hardest matchups because the invades by Galio are stronger if you decide to actually use all of your abilities as the Ivern because of that brush mechanic, right? So Rengar has so much freedom in this game, not just with the center, but also the enemy Ivern, and also by being able to be backed up by this Galio, whose job is essentially to just wave clear and join, probably from shallow, because remember Corki now is like a mid-range AD assassin rather than Corki's previous identity as this kind of AP poke mage that we used to be playing him as. So Galio a bit more vulnerable, but he can play shallow. He basically plays for the delivery Rengar will give him. There's a lot of benefits, a lot of synergy, a lot of thought has gone into this draft, and it's simple to execute, right? There's a lot of things we need to pay attention to just because we don't normally pay attention to them, but it's very, very simple. Basically, Egets exists, presses E, Sejuani farts all her abilities out, Rengar farts all his abilities out, discovers he has multiple leaps, Galio presses R. It's really not that difficult. This is a full all-in, all-the-time composition, and this gives teams like Blue Whites a very, very simple thing to think about, simple steps to focus on all game. The screen, it can't quite believe it. It's struggling to keep up with the speed with which Blue Whites are able to execute, given the clear objectives that they have coming into the game.
Worth highlighting here as well is that Jonas is now playing support this game, normally the jungler, so things have changed. It's somewhat still playing the support role, with the supporting fasting center, but things are different here for Blue Eyes, right? I guess losing Finnish residency does kind of change a few things,
I mean, I remember asking why AD carries were going for. I hope it wasn't Discord I was saying it on. Oh, I think it was EPL. I told the story on, so I'm not going to be repeating it. There you go. I remember asking AD carries back when we were still seeing farming center being a thing, why they were going farming center with like fasting Nautilus, fasting tank, and university I was not being given conditions of farming fasting. I was just being told, oh, my support doesn't know how to farm. So he gets probably much more comfortable just straight playing support center. Yona's potentially more comfortable just farming on the Sejuani. This probably is the best decision for both sides. As Simpy moves in, maybe we need to turn our graphics settings to low. Who knows?
Yeah, the frame rate. Can't believe what we're witnessing. I don't
Yeah.
know if this is on our side or something with the production, but hopefully it doesn't affect our viewers. In the end, though, the game still underway. I just want to add into the conversation here, obviously, you know, with the fantasy. I have Lenny on my team. I don't know, Veteran, have you made your team on the fantasy league?
Nope, I discovered the
Come on.
Fantasy League unfortunately far too late. Everybody had already done everything, the games had already started. I was unaware, I apologize. I actually would have really loved to do that.
Yeah, I will
How
say,
is
though,
your Fantasy League team though?
I need to check up on it, but last time I checked, I was number 16 out of everyone who played. Like, I was doing a really good job. I was
Nice.
very, very impressed.
Nice. Who's the highest on the desk and cast?
Oh, I think that is me. I checked up on Initialize, and I was absolutely clapping him, so...
Clapping those clowns. Nice.
Yeah,
Good job.
yeah, I mean... I cooked him, you know. Cooked one of the UK frauds. Obviously, you don't really count that regard because you're one of the good UK guys.
I'm the greatest.
Yeah, the greatest. That's probably a big thing. But you did
Of
impress
the
me with
U-
your...
of the
You did
UK,
impress me with
of
your
the
geoguessr
UK.
skills, though. Like,
That's
your
true.
geoguessr skills really put some respect in your name, even though you are from the UK. The same with Torg, you know, he has Legos in his background. I love Legos, I'm a Dane. Also puts respect in his name. That's, you know, it's simple things here that gets me respect, or gets you respect if you're from the UK.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I do appreciate that. As Fierce is going in trying to show that identity of the mid lane assassin Corki that we now have, everything really front loaded towards your E damage now. Doing a really great chunk on Galio there. Galio famously all-in champion, but Fierce winning that all-in. He does have Biscuits, so he hasn't completely owned himself out. Biscuits will be popped, both sides
Crest?
having the mana again.
Oh, Theo Kex and Crest could have been meeting for a little date there in the bush. Instead, though, walks back to the Raptors as he didn't quite get them taken down. Custom and Fierce both low here. Have to keep our eyes on what's happening. Has to through this now, though. Who got it in the end? Before he falls! It is a tight affair here in the mid lane as Crest is able to take it out.
Yeah, Fearcat's not able to get the additional attack damage out from you because if he tosses the W there, Rengar's like, thank you, buddy, you are now dead. So, gonna be a bit of a restriction on the Ivan here. In top lane, Ornn not having a nice time into Aatrox. People didn't like a tweet I made lately, where...
Wait, what?
Yeah, there was a KT, like, yeah, weird, I know. There was a KT Challengers game, because I watched T1 Challengers, I co-streamed that, because Reckless is on it, my favourite Korean.
Ooh.
And,
Korean.
yeah, and T1 were running Aatrox top and Traven Lenata bot lane, and I was the most perfect Teemo angle I think I've ever seen in my life. And people were like, doesn't Aatrox beat Teemo? I just had to, like, stare into the distance when they were saying that, like, how is it possible to be that wrong? It's still in my head. Like, that comment
You're
is
still
in my
thinking
head.
about it.
I'm still
I can
thinking
hear it.
about it. It's been so long.
Do you
I don't
sometimes
know.
wake up like during the night in a cold sweat, thinking about a bad draft you had to watch today? Like, you're watching every single bit of ERL content out there, and games
Yeah.
and LEC and everything. Like, do you sometimes just witness some horrific drafts and wake up in a cold sweat like, holy moly, I can't believe they drafted this year?
Drafts, no, but there are some results that, like, keep me awake. Like the Harbour in Group A. I don't know if you remember, in EMEA Masters Group A in spring, where Heretics, Besiktas, and GK
yeah, that one.
were all on 4 and 2, and Heretics got seeded to the bottom due to game time, and so Besiktas got out of the group for free, basically. That kept me awake for a few days after. I forgot about it, and then the finals happened, and the finals was Besiktas versus Eintracht Spandau, and Spandau had beaten GK to get there. So in my head, I was thinking, we had 3 finalists in Group A. Heretics were actually, like, a finalist level team, and they were out in groups due to the game. I'm still thinking about that, by the way.
Yeah, that is true. I still think about it every now and then. I remember Carlson being the top for Team Heretics, one of the big upcoming Danes who was created through this NLC ecosystem, had his debut split on Astralis Talent in 21 Esports Series Denmark. The good old days of League of Legends. So something is happening down here in the bot lane. I'm watching a PowerPoint presentation, but I think somewhere everyone survived. Now mid lane as well. Quest is on a Quest kill. It's just dashes to safety.
Does indeed. A whole palaver in bot lane. I can't actually see autos, so I don't know if it's that.
What is happening?
People were hitting people. I know that much.
Remount, I think,
happening
engaged.
again.
Jonas is the target, has the flash available. Won't be needed though, as they're able to get up cleanly.
Why can't all champions be like Kai'Sa? I know who Kai'Sa was hitting because Yonez had the passive on him. It's perfect. In fact,
Everyone
I know
just needs the
exactly.
3-tick passive. I think there are way too many champions though. With it, hit someone 3 times and it'll be all good. Mid lane, something's happening. Fierce is in trouble. Quest. Yeah, and look
Here we
for this
go.
mid lane. Flash available for the
Galio
corgi, but
delivered.
won't be used. Custom is oh so low. I think this is a play that Venom Crest could be winning, but now a 3v2 scenario, and this time
Oh, no.
it's all blue-white. Theocax goes down. Veluxa with the great rotation.
Yep, any chance of Quest dying there was gone for 2 reasons.
Oh,
One,
bot
the
lane, what's
Venom.
happening here? I think Agnes is dead.
Oh,
But Venom
no.
Crest losing Simpy as well. 1 for 1. Do they take that? I think they do. They get the plate as well.
Yeah, and this is going to be... Actually, I was going to say this is going to be incredibly worth. You do put Senna behind them. That much is true. But one big problem is that the farming state is still allowed to exist. So technically you're not doing anything.
Uh-oh. Yeah, now this matchup isn't fun anymore. Kex in a lot of trouble. Does have the flash though, so could buy some space. Simpy on his way. The crash down. That is horrible. No, what's happening?
Yep.
Oh, I
Trying
think
to
he's
get
dead.
out. Fierce able to group as well. No mana on Fierce. No ult on Galio though to help out the Rengar.
No. Surely not,
Looks
right?
like he
He's
will
dead.
go down. Almost found Ivan. Didn't quite. Was able to defend their jungle. 3 for 3 against Blue Whites with a 200 gold lead at 9 minutes. You know what? Got them. Blue Whites are holding. It is a very good draft, but with the substitutions, I do question how well the additional practice they got is actually helping them here. If they were practicing with their main lineup, they just got used to playing with different people. So I am sat here thinking if they were playing their full lineup, maybe they could even have a lead right now. Maybe they would be more on point with these skirmishes. I haven't seen a good grouping of bot and mid yet, or any kind of big play like that, for example, on the first Drake. We get to see those kinds of things, but let's see what happens when the map opens up a bit more. It's running down
Yeah,
this guy,
I think Veluxa's just dead here. Used to flag
Possibly.
mid lane before to get the kill, and now this time though Lenny spots a solo kill. That's more fantasy points for me, that baby. As
I was gonna say.
gotta get those points, you know.
I've got to get those points. He gets no Jax, unfortunately. Oh,
What's
Quest.
happening here though? Quest is a whole heap of trouble. The flash, Lenny, what's happening? I'm watching the slides
He's
go
got
by.
it!
I think Lenny's out, no question. To catch up,
No.
but Custom takes the kill. That is so close.
Yep, extremely close. Galio delivery system sort of working out. No ultimate there, but Rengar, if he just holds the Aatrox there long enough, eventually the Galio will appear as Fierce. Takes that time to grab some plates on mid lane. Try get some more items. He's doing really well right now. He's 2-1. He's got a CS lead. He's got a plate lead. But Galio, we were saying, he just needs to get these shallow clears and then be able to join with his ultimate onto plays that Quest wants to make. That's the timing they want to be playing around. They haven't really been thinking about that timing too hard yet. They've basically been reactive on the map because of these individual advantages Venom and Crest are able to accrue during the cooldown Galio. But right now, if Blue Whites do want to contest, Kostom will have that ultimate up. Rengar doesn't yet, but Kostom will 100% have it.
Yeah, so we move into the 2-minute mark. This game has certainly delivered some chaos that Magical would have wanted, so he's probably happy they're out in the green room, enjoying some chaotic League of Legends as we are going from a PowerPoint presentation to what is actual League of Legends gameplay. It is nice to be back and have things a bit smoother.
Wait, really?
So let's hope this good trend continues and just catch up on everything that's happened, because with all this going on, I think we've missed something. The first Drake is Crest. There has been taken absolutely 0 void drops, if I'm not mistaken, though. And something, though, will happen here in the
Here we
game. Theocax the target, he's oh so squishy. The shields are good, but not good enough. Will only buy a few more seconds, I say, as Quest Oh, welcome back.
Oh, we're going in game.
We are going back
Oh.
in game. A few
Oh.
minutes have passed. And
1 minute, 30 seconds, 40 seconds
and
actually.
Gentlemen, how are you doing, Mr. Thanos of Europe?
Yeah, 40 seconds have passed. So we're actually okay. Wow, I didn't expect this. I thought we would go straight into the next game. Okay, cool. So, Lingard dead. I can hear the producer in my ear. Not sure if he knows that. And Venom. There you go. We got the scoreboard. We're all good, guys. We're all good, guys. We're all good in the hood. Venom Crest claiming.
Never mind, we're not all good in the hood. What's happening here? I think like every time we see Quest in the mid lane, he's about to die. Fierce is absolutely unstoppable at the moment. Look at those rockets already hurting. Egg is just a few orders away from dying, but somehow it's Simpy instead who goes down. What happened there for this play to go so wrong? It's Blue Eye to find their 7th.
Depending on the timeline, we're all kind of in that position, right, where we're about to die, right, depending on the time scale. Quest is always like a couple of minutes away from an attempt on his life at the very least. But he is looking to grab the bull by the horns, right? He has the center roaming with him. He's looking to try to find something to do on the map for his team. Everybody off the map right now for Venom Crest, so no opportunities there. And don't think that's addressed to us. Okay. So, everyone coming back out on the map. Sorry, guys, I was hearing producer in my ear. Don't think it's addressed to me, though. So, we have Ornn Senna moving in towards topside here, along with Rengar. Sejuani swapped towards bot side. Well, not swapped. He's just winking on bot side here, maintaining this kind of powerhouse that's going on, maintaining the farm, just grabbing shallow clears wherever he can. And it looks like an attempt is going to be made for the Herald on top side.
Yeah, let's see if that attempt will come through. I very much agree with your point, though, that it looks likely to happen. Big point here, Fierce now level 11, first item completed. This type of Corki build now starting to hurt quite a lot, as we've already seen, but Venom Crest instead investing their resources elsewhere. It's into getting more gold for Lingard, though, as he will claim this shirt. Well, obviously the Dominions died to deny some gold as well, so the Herald successfully taken by Blue White, while Venom Crest take a tower.
They have indeed. Herald, though, very easy to immediately turn to a tempo lead for Blue Whites if they want to. Kai'Sa, if she moves towards mid lane, should be quite easy for Sejuani to reset the bot side of the map there somewhat unabated, and then for this Herald to be dropped top side in a 3-man play. And then if you just shove that out all the way, you should be able to be faster than Corki on the bot side of the map, but we'll see. You have to make this play very fast. You don't want Corki to have a free wave. If Corki has a free wave, you're not necessarily going to be able to do so. It does look like they're leaning topside for that particular drop. They're on the
here, right? Yeah, surely.
Yeah. Straight gone.
In an
Straight
instant,
gone.
tried to get something back, but wasn't able to do anything of meaning, as the Herald likely to be summoned up on that top side, as you say. Here we go. A bit of Fabricio Romano over there with that statement. The Herald will get his charge turret likely to go down, but the mid lane tier 1 though.
Wow.
Wide open, Custom trying to stop them, but he might go down himself. Yes, the turret is killing Lingard, but they can just take down the turret, claim the bonus kill on top of it. Custom literally putting his life on the line for absolutely nothing, as it will be a 2-for-1 in turret change, as Blue Whites will claim 1 on the 2 on the top side rather.
Nice. 2 on the top side. If they're able
they
to
want
get
to fight
out
this.
with, if they're able to get out with their life, this is actually a very, very worth trade. So long as he immediately throws into the mid lane. But
very squishy on this Rengar. Theocax finds the root on Ekans. That is massive. Surely just gets blown up, and rightfully he does. Now TP in from Jonas. Beluxa doing some damage on Lingard, who is now very low. Doesn't have the ultimate room, but just used it before, but still able to claim the double kill. Could look for more, but as Blue Whites reach the safety of their turrets, they are out in the end. That whole play is 2 turrets to Blue Whites, 1 for Venom Crest, and Venom Crest claiming 3 kills.
Yeah, bot lane hasn't necessarily been touched here. What you want to be able to do with Blue Whites would be able to escort the Herald in towards the tier 2, maybe get the tier 2 turret down, and be able to recall and play on mid and bot. And then theoretically, Corki would be behind on resets. You would be ahead on the map enough on top side to be able to make something happen on that mid tower. But they haven't obviously been able to do that. Venom Crest responded very appropriately by attempting to fight. Yep, Assassin Corki, baby. That's where we're at now. That's where we're at. That is the new Corki. Yeah, Okay, yeah, well, good, because you've been seeing him very consistently for the
Yeah,
last
I love
6
it.
years.
No, I didn't love the old Kogi. I love the old Kogi, which is now pretty much the new Kogi. You know, back
The
when
old,
you
old
build,
lady carry Kogi.
back when you build Manamune and Trinity
Yeah.
Force and then into Infinity Edge, like that is what I love to play, and I'm very happy they brought it back. I'm just enjoying it before they inevitably change it in a few years as Venom Crest looking to change the way this game is going, or at the very least just keep on building the skull lead that they've got. They've found one already, Veluxa next on the menu, devoured in an instant. And now they can continue to step forward, but instead they set their sights on the Drake and claim it, claiming 2 kills as well in the process.
Whereas there are a lot of people in an approximate area for Blue Whites, it still feels like they keep getting individually caught out even in those quote-unquote groupings, right? They're not a very put-together team, and their composition is so strong when they are all stacked together and stacked on top of each other. So definitely not the kind of results that they are looking for in these situations. Venom Crest slowly but surely nabbing all of them down 10 for 8 right now, only 2 kills above, but it's translated into a 4k gold lead because of the structures down the map, the neutrals down the map, and the way that they have been denied.
Ooh, jukes the Glacier Prison just barely, and is able to make it out. The thing is though, all of the gold here is on the exact perfect members of Venom Crest, right? 4, 1, and 2 for both carries. Lenny's found 2 kills as well. So everyone who's really important to do dealing damage in this Venom Crest side is feeling confident in this game. 2 item spikes complete as well. Lenny though, in the 1v3, not that confident here. 5 seconds on the world ender, but before that maybe his own world will be ended. TP's in though. He is down to half. The shields will come through though to buy some more time. World and are now out as well. Lenny doesn't die instead. It is all of Blue Whites to get wiped off the rift. 3 gone just like that. 2 more into Lingard's pocket. And that is a devastating blow for the Blue Whites.
Yeah, that is an incredible blow for them. Venom Crest soaring into the lead now. These group situations still favoring them despite the heavy plan that went to the Blue Whites draft, despite how unbreakable you would imagine it would be in the group situation. Venom Crest, they just keep snowballing around the map, they keep finding their picks, they keep snowballing those picks into this conveyor belt, this cavalcade of kills. Yeah, Blue Whites certainly looks like a very difficult game for them now. To be able to come back in. They need to be the ones finding the fights, they need to be the ones finding the picks, but they're always on the receiving end when stuff like that happens. Lingard, 6, 1, and 2 now on that Kai'Sa, one of the most powerful champions on the current patch. Any of this CC chain lands, you can bet Lingard's going to be going there, try to at least go 1 for 1, probably going to be able to do a lot more.
So, 20 minutes in, Baron on the map now. It's quite clear who will be the first to likely go for it in this. Blue Whites try something to spice it up, but last time they went for a ball play didn't really turn out in their favor. So to just, yeah, not much else to say really. This is very much just a Venom Crest game to lose at this point. The gold is in the right places, the item spikes are being hit left, right, and center really. Pushing towards the 3rd item as well. Quest though looking for something. Root is good. The knock-up not quite there though, as the grand entrance isn't that grand anymore. Quest flashing out to try and get to safety, but Lenny might have other plans here. Flash forward from him to secure the kill. Custom next on the menu. Lenny still not dying. He just can't go down. This Aatrox is well and truly unkillable. Jonas falls. Double kill for Lenny as Simbi chases down Eggets. I think he would win that 1v1. Battle of 2 supports here as Lenny comes in to claim the prize alongside Fierce.
What we were talking about as a 2-kill lead a couple of minutes ago has now extended to a 9-kill lead, an 8k gold advantage, a straight Baron at 21 minutes for Venom Crest. What was a close game initially just looks like a stomp now. Looks like Venom Crest is going to be able to pull this all the way. Let's see how they set up their map on this Baron, but all tier 1s are already down. This will immediately be a tier 2 threat with this Baron. Let's see if Blue White's able to do anything with that. Flash has been up for Coastum, I feel like, this whole time. Ornn has his flash and has really strong engage potential. Sedge has her flash. There are still windows for them to be able to do something, but on who? Fierce has flash, Lingard has flash. It's very, very difficult right now, but on a siege, you have to think Venom Crest are vulnerable to just a straight all-in in those siege turret scenarios. They'd want to be splitting the map. They do have the ability to group with the Kai'Sa. Maybe putting Kai'Sa off towards the side might be best. But they might be worried doing that kind of split map scenario against the Rengar. So here again, you'd imagine Blue White's composition has advantages, but it's going to become a question of execution.
Yeah, Quest is just dead here.
Or you just
Goodbye.
get, or you just get caught.
I mean, what else do you want me to say?
I mean, sometimes it happens, yeah.
Not much to add.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game is just rough. Very, very weird game here. The long pauses were in the middle, obviously chopping and changing things up with how the momentum was going. It felt like it was a very back and forth game. Very quickly turned into a stomp, I think it is fair to say, as Blue White's about to do, yeah, maybe on the road to the unperfect split. Hopefully not, though, as this certainly won't be the time that they get their first victory. The Baron buff slowly but surely chipping away at the HP bars of the inhibitor turrets. They'll fall in a few minutes' time, as now maybe a final engage here. Simply nicely stopping the Ono. He could go down, though. The crash down still available, and Fierce.
Wow.
Fierce
gone.
explodes Quest. Yeah, the Rengar gets assassinated. Lingard will look at Custom and try and take him down. Yes, some damage comes back in return, but it gets now blown up as well by this Assassin Corgi. 8-1 and 6 carries are feeling good from Venom Crest, and the game is all but over. This is it. It's done. It's dusted. Venom Crest will get their 6th win of the split and keep their playoffs hopes alive up against Blue Whites.
Yep. I mean, just an absolute one-sided song. Blue White, so they did have a lot of issues with substitutions and stuff coming in towards the game. They did lose bans coming in, so they got a few weeks of practice, but they didn't get to play with the team that they practiced with. Commiserations on them. The draft was really good, but it wasn't quite there, and unfortunately, this nostalgic flag that you should see on the screen in a second right here has unfortunately fallen once again. Today was not the day for Blue Whites. It was not the day for Mad Magical's attempt at being spicy. Man does not know bull when it comes to NLC, where, you know, questionably, there are some teams where it's questionable if they know bull as well. You mentioned the unperfect split. They'd actually be joining Rad in the unperfect split over in Arabian League. They had 0 wins, and the Arabian League regular split has ended now. We also had Maus next in the German League last split. Ending up with 0 wins as well. They could end up, and we could have maybe like an end of season battle of the 0-win split guys with 3 of them right now. We could see them into a bracket, maybe to do with game time, something like this. I'm just saying, anyone out there looking to arrange something, there's something that could be done.
Your concept is certainly there, though, but to keep things moving, we'll throw to a break straight away so we can get on with the next game of the day coming up right after this break.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
And welcome back to the show after the first game of Blue Eyes bringing in originality, but it was not enough to stop Venom Crest from deciding the game. Laney stood out with the Aatrox at the end of the game and is going to get the MVP from the desk. Todok and Magical, a quick summary of what we see and what we saw, and the Rengar actually pulled off, but it was not enough.
No, without a doubt. The Rengar was a really good idea. And I think it was really interesting because we did some sort of background research as soon as we saw the Rengar pick. And Quest is actually a Rengar player, as far as we're aware. We don't know if we found the right guy. But, but based on our limited research, they stumbled into a Rengar player's dream, essentially, seeing Ivern on the enemy team. I think that's also why they managed to construct quite an interesting draft around the Rengar, because Quest was probably telling them, hey guys, give me this, give me that, like I'll have a chance carrying this game. And to be fair, he did that to some degree. There was some very real attacks placed towards the mid lane, for example, with Galio. He managed to pick up that Hubris in a pretty good position during this game, but unfortunately it just wasn't quite enough for them in the end.
Yeah.
But there was some lights, right, Magical?
I mean, to me, the hardest part with how that game went was the fact that there wasn't enough done early game. There's a couple plays where, went for the invade, try to get Theocax early, and failed. There's a couple of times where it was so close to some of these kills that had one or two of those kills gone their way, actually could have been enough for the snowball out of Rengar. But it doesn't matter what Lenny does, because Lenny gets that solo kill top lane, which is already, a bad omen for the rest of the team for Blue White. It's the fact that you're losing out in a lane where if Aatrox gets either ahead or just starts getting towards those 2-item spikes, he is going to out-damage and out-heal anything that Rengar can do to him. And that's just kind of how the game went.
So that's it. Venom Crest will take the first game. We're now looking into the second one. We talked about a substitution coming into the jungle. And Todok, you have some information about our new jungler coming in for Nord.
Yes.
Nord versus DMG. This, at least in my eyes, and I believe the desk agrees, is the match of the day. Tell me, Todok. Give me the information.
Yeah, so this is an extremely interesting match, number one. We've got two of the teams that are fighting for the top spots in our league going head-to-head, which, we love to see. But on top of that, Nord making a substitute for this game shows that they clearly have an idea that Joker is someone who's going to be able to do a huge amount of work for them. And we can maybe see why, because this guy is not someone who sits back and plays your typical Maokais, your Sejuanis. Of course he can do that, but what he really excels at is taking the game in his hand and going for it. This is somebody who is a carry through and through. He plays one of the best Talias, one of the best Nidalees, that we're probably going to be able to see in the NLC this season. And I'm very, very excited to hopefully see him take on that responsibility in this team, because I'm certain he can make a big impact.
This could be a big deal for the North, getting that 6th win, and that would tie them up with DMG, taking them away from the top spot at the standings, sharing it with Ruddy. So far, the bans are the stable ones, even though Ivern is getting a lot of attention from these teams. It seems like Ivern is rising in the ranks as well. The last time they met, Nord versus the MG, it was an interesting game, but it was Nord taking it at the end. When we talked about this Magical, Nord were still scaling. They were looking into the composition. They were still getting together. They were like, they needed some time.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was only week 1, day 2, right? It's been some time since those last games had happened, and when you look at that last game, a lot of that was XTC playing Jinx, getting to 3 items early enough, just outscaling everybody and pretty much winning the game for Nord. But this is kind of what you're talking about, Torek. We were talking about this a little bit before, looking at some of these picks that Joker could have played and having the Nidalee banned. I'm a little sad that it is banned here, but there are still some really powerful AP champions that are available in the jungle, as well as things like Tristana, Corki still available for either team to take.
Without a doubt, and this game is screaming out for a Yoka carry jungle pick. We saw the Nidalee banned, we're seeing his Talia picked away. The TMG have done their research, they've looked into it. Naturally, Talia also being an okay matchup into the Tristana, so this can be a flex for DMG. We've seen them put it mid a lot of times. But I'm very much expecting Joker to take an AP carry this game. They might not pick it now, they're not forced to take it on 2-3. I think they could go, for example, for their full bot lane here. It could go in a couple of different directions, but it's going to be an AP carry for Joker. It's just where he wants to put his emphasis. So the Rel coming out makes perfect sense. We're matching the Leona, so this is normal drafting. The question now is, are they going to be greedy for more information and blind their AD carry, or are we going to finally see the Zyra? Oh, we've been crying out for this so much in the NLC, and finally it has arrived. Magical, you seem thrilled.
I'm so thrilled by this. Like I said, this is something that has been terrorizing NA, like throughout every level of play from tier 3 upwards that so many people have been playing. Its clear speed is absolutely insane if you know how to utilize the plants and the seeds properly. You can clear so quickly. You have great gank setups as well with the slows, the damage that you can get, and having something like a Rel for Romeo, a player that likes to rotate around the map. I'm looking at Joka, I'm looking at Romeo, how they move together as a unit to really make play after play after play.
Second phase, we're getting into the AD carries. Ecstasy is not allowed to bring the Jinx yet again, but now economy-wise, there's a big question because you know Hunt is going to look for that economy, Yoke as well, Ecstasy as well, and Nile is a carry by his own existence. So will that shift the Nord's economy and maybe be an issue? Or is Yoke that good? That's the question. The MG need to be concerned about that one. They're looking for the bot lane. On the other side, Nord are looking for Bucci. We talked about Bucci. He's a scary one.
Yeah, he certainly is. And, you know, the Swedish core for this DMG side have been very, very good for them. Bucci, Namex, and Snabi, they've kind of been the glue in this roster to some degree because it's given them a blueprint of how to play. Right, they've said, look, Bucci, he's going to be someone who can hang out on weak side, 9 times out of 10. Namex, Snabi are very lane dominant 2v2. People who want to get up in your face aren't afraid of anyone in this league, and as shown by like blinding Leona, for example. It shows that this is people who want to get stuff done, right? And from the side of Nord, banning away the Renekton, again, one of those picks that can kind of just do its own thing on weak side. Very good with Talia as well. Makes perfect sense. On the flip side, I'd expect Nord to be setting up for Nili actually to be on the weak side this game. Probably something more like an Ornn blind, for example, would be absolutely perfect because all they need is a little bit more engage to enable that Zyra, Tristana, and whichever AD carry they end up picking to go off. So that's at least my expectation, but I guess we'll have to see what happens on 4-5.
Oh, do it.
He likes it, but it's just an over.
I know, but it would be great. Like I'm looking at what possibly could have been picked here by DMG. I was looking at Corki. Misfortune, I guess, could work. Zarya as well. I think Corki is something I would have preferred a little bit more so with the same. Something that can poke out, kind of works well with the Talia as well. That can then set up a possible dive that can come in from Viego. But Zarya is also a really good scaler into the game. Something that can really play around later elements. While I'm looking at what could be picked up for Nord, I was still thinking Ezreal as maybe a possibility, something that can keep a lot of distance.
Kai'Sa magical. You don't know Ecstasy Kai'Sa. This is the special.
I know. It's a special, but I'm just looking at what would work with the rest of the team, that they could keep a lot of distance, they could utilize the plants to kite back and stuff like that. But this is very much Ecstasy working to play with Romeo, play with Yoka, and try to get into this backline, do a lot of damage really quickly, especially onto someone squishier such as Skate-Rot or Namex.
Yeah, and the way this draft has turned out is very positive for the side of Nord if DMG do not have a good answer in topside here, because not only do they have a potential huge range advantage, which Kai'Sa can still go comfortably AP in this game, you've got to remember, they also have Jax into a position where Bucci actually wants to pick something AD, right? They've banned away the Gragas, they've got Viego jungle. Yeah, you're going to see something like Olaf come out here, I would assume. Sion, okay, so this is the interesting thing, right? So what this Jax pick has done, I don't think it was perfect for the comp, but it's forced DMG to actually pick something that isn't weak to Jax. It isn't an auto-attack based top laner, because they already had Viego, and they had to kind of select top here. They had to pick something that wasn't too auto-attack based. They decided Sion was their best option, and while Sion is definitely okay in this spot, it's going to provide a useful frontline for Talia and Zeri to be able to play it off. What this has actually enabled on the side of Nord is to get nearly everyone on a carry, which I think is exactly what Nord wants to be doing. So I think they're very, very happy with this going into the game and outside of Champions Select.
At the end of the Champions Select itself, Magical and Tonic, I need your predictions, just quick ones. Who do you think is going to take it? Magical, you start.
Zyra got picked, so I got to go with the team that picked Zyra. It's as simple as that.
Tonic.
Nord. I think Joker is going to come in and absolutely play a wonderful game on Zyra.
Live predictions, everybody's looking for the Phoenix for the North to climb up yet again to the standings into the first place. That's the wish, but will it come true? We don't know. And until then, we need to toss it to the casters ready to jump into Summon's Rift. It is Veteran yet again and Duckling the Duck with the beard.
Thank you so much. I guess this beard is going to be the new thing of today at the very least. Maybe I shave it before tomorrow. Regardless though, I am back with Veteran. And we're about to head into an absolute banger. The surprise of the split, I think it is fair to say, DMG. 6-2. On paper, the best team in the league alongside Ruddy. Now coming up against who I on paper thought would be the best team in the league in Nord, who are 5-3.
True. I mean, they certainly have one of the most skilled individual lineups in the league, right? But that doesn't always necessarily translate into a strong team, right? And we see this every year. There are always a litany of super teams that fail because generally, when you're looking at a series of individual talents, you're looking at people who have been used to being the stars of the lineup, right? The people that the rest of the composition is built around, that everybody else plays to enable. Suddenly, some of those people have to be enablers, right? And then when that happens, things can get complex. Another thing is that what these people are known for varies. So Romeo was known as one of those, like, clearly the focal point of a lot of their map-based decisions, right? Whereas Hunt, for example, he is known as a bit more of like, well, theoretically, Hunt and Romeo should be two guys who link well together because Hunt was typically ordered around by people like Scood, for example, really experienced players like that, and was able to do well there. But Romeo's a straight rookie. Yes, he's older, but Hunt is the more experienced one of the dynamic right now, and that could become an issue in the long run. Nille, a lot of experience playing a very particular playstyle. What if Romeo wants to do something different? Suddenly you have clashes, right? So you can see how, even though they're all great individual talents, they could still clash when we get actually onto the Rift. They have to work out their new roles where they're not all necessarily the superstar Yones or the superstar Jaxes or the superstar Nautiluses. They do exist of the team.
Very, very good point there, Veteran. I do very much agree with it in a sense, and I think it's a very interesting kind of worms you're opening up, right? Because if a team was just, we have to build the best team, take the 5 highest rated solo queue players in each, or the best solo queue rated player in each position, throw them together, boom, we'll win at LEC every single time because we have the best mechanical players. Simple as. It's not all that, as you say. There is so much more to it in terms of, age, profile of the player. First of all, how they want to play League of Legends, different philosophies there as well, of course. And I think it's a very good point you bring in because it is kind of been the trend with Hunt for the past few years. He has been paired up with School, who's shown in the ropes, who's been, like, School is one of the most veteran players we have in the Danish space at the very least, who's won multiple Danish championships as well. And then pairing up So obviously you take a jungler who's paired up with a mid, they normally have good synergy. Then you have the veteran guiding the young gun, so he's free to just do what he do best, is getting kills. And I haven't really thought this myself, but as soon as you open that conversation, I think we're heading in the right direction because it quite clearly could be something we talk about. Because now, what happened up until this game when Yokke is in, as we are now onto the Rift, you had paired Hunt up with a 17-year-old jungler. I want to say, I think Alex did a really good job. I didn't think it looked out of place in this roster. If this something is temporary or permanent, who knows? But there could definitely be something there in pairing someone who is used to being the rookie in Hunt, paired up with a brand new rookie as well, like 17-year-old in Alex.
It's not the first time that Alex has been absent here, right? Like, that's been the consistent area that's being subbed. And when it comes to Nord, like, think about how we're describing those particular kind of, like, specific identity players. They're in the solo lanes, they're in the bottom lane, right? So a jungler coming in, a 17-year-old rookie jungler, is unlikely to have any real agency there. He's going to have to play to a laner's idea of the jungle. I remember seeing this on the old Giants lineup with Attila, when they were constantly running new junglers. They had some brilliant ones like Ekas, for example, but none of them would survive the full season. They keep having to shift because you had solo laners and AD carries with a clear identity, a clear desire of how they want the map played, and that, a laner's idea of the map, will always clash with a jungler's idea. So if you're there with very opinionated laners, I would expect substitutions to be occurring in the jungle. Now, this is all without knowing the inside of baseball. There could be other factors, but it wouldn't be an unexpected thing for jungle to be a difficult role for Nord to be able to resolve with the rest of their lineup. It's not take anything bad away from any of the performances of these individual players. So I'm really, really happy that you actually do know Scood. I forgot you are really obsessed with Denmark. Sometimes I forget Scood is Danish. I forgot. No, you would know him. So that was really, really cool.
Cult hero of the Danish League of Legends scene, you could say. He's been around ever since I myself got into the Danish scene, which is now, scary to say, it's about 6 years plus ago I started getting into casting Danish League of Legends. So yeah, things have changed. I started as a 14, 15-year-old kid. I'm turning 21 in a few weeks, dude. This is scary. When I started casting, I had no idea how to grow a beard, and now I'm, slowly but surely getting there. It's a scary world that we live in.
Yep.
And through,
Yep.
all these years, things change, organizations come and go, players come and go. But DMG, one of the organizations for the past few years, or back when they were known as Domino as well, a very consistent organization in the Norwegian scene in particular. Has been here for ages as Nemix, now has to get out of harm's way here. He will do so very nicely. Obviously it's Sari, so Sari will do Sari things, but this organization, Domino, DMG, now, have never really had that much success. Yes, here and there, they've had a roster that competed very well in Telja League and won a few trophies here and there, but never something they would say, oh, this is one of the top orgs in Norway, but they were always there, and ever since they joined the NLC, their results haven't been the best, but they've been here, they've been trying their best, but something has changed the split, and they are looking better than I have ever seen them before. I'll get more into that tomorrow on the analyst desk. Stick around for that though, as Nina could be in a bit of trouble, but I just shortly here on the cast, I do want to say I'm very impressed with the direction DMG is heading, and I think they're about to enter into a new era of this organization.
Yeah, I mean, DMG, by the way, big part of the Nordic scene. I was co-streaming the Norwegian Division 3 finals, the division below NLC 2. And they made a huge deal of it. They actually grabbed a partnership with KIA, as you see all of this stuff happening on top side, but nothing will come of it. Nothing will come unless Nilla decides to lose all his brain cells. He's fine. They were able to do a deal with KIA, use one of their car places, one of the places they normally use to sell cars. This time they used it to sell esports. They had a great LAN event there. Everyone had fun. Great celebration of Norwegian League of Legends. And at a local level, if esports ever to get stability, it's going to be with local organizations creating local tournaments to get local people in towards League of Legends like that, right? If Norwegians love a Norwegian identity team, they're gonna galvanize for it whenever that place needs help, right? So shout outs to DMG and their efforts in that regard. I'm really glad that organization is doing well now. I hope they don't lose that identity as they progress forward in towards the NLC. But it will be difficult this game, because I see a Kai'Sa on one side and a Zeri on the other, Tristana on one side and a Taliyah and Zeri on the other, and I'm thinking, buddy, Bucci needs to be the greatest Scion I've ever seen in my life, and even then, you have this Zyra. So then I need Snabby to be able to come in, burn this Zyra flash, but it's very difficult. If all things kind of play out evenly, Nord are actually fairly favoured in this game, in my opinion.
So what I'm hearing you say is Nord have dug themselves a very good draft here, as said. This first strike will be started up by them as well. But just to round up my point there about organizations and stuff like that, one of the things that over the course of League of Legends that I've really come to appreciate is so many orgs just come in, splash some cash, go. And I'm tired of that now. I appreciate orgs who, through hard work and many years, build themselves up and slowly but surely improve their organization. And DMG, back then Domino, one of those orgs, Nord as well, for a few years now have been in our scene, and they seem to not be stopping. They're making great things for the community as well. There are more orgs I wanna shout out in that regard as well, but this is the first bit in a while where it feels like NLC doesn't just have one of these teams come in, splash the cash on a super team, win the league, and then they're out again. I like the fact that we are having teams who feels like they want to be here now, and hopefully are here for many years to come, unless they are, by result based, relegated from the league.
Yep, true. And I mean, I love that we have that system of promotion relegation. Obviously, Blue White's not really being on the good end of it right now with that last minute stuff, but is he still there?
No, he didn't. It seemed like the HP went on to Yorker, so I do believe.
Okay, yeah.
First,
Nord got one.
First Void Grub went over to them, but DMG able to claim 2 here on the counter punch. Then again, Nord were able to get the first strike. So just denying 1 Void Grub here is very nice. Maybe even 2 though, Yorker. Doesn't seem to be done here, Pizza. Very quickly able to take these down, but let's take a look what happens up here in the top lane. Do they want to commit to the trade? Void Grub's now gone. Bucci wants to be able to try and rotate down. It feels like a bit of an awkward situation, but they are carefully maneuvering their way out of it without any casualties.
Yeah, Joker ideally wants to do respawn Grump. He did actually lean topside a little there, looking like he was going to try to back up the Jax to fix the wave, but he has been told he can go back towards Grump, so I think Nilla feels like he has this. Yeah, I mean...
Skate rod! Oh! Hunt!
I go.
That is the Danish goat getting the kill. Let's see here, the top lane. Another one comes back though. The
There you
king of
go.
top lane taken down by Bucci. And finally some blood has been shed in this game. More to potentially happen in the bot lane.
More!
Flash in as well. Namex is the target. Ecstasy though rooted up by Snappy. But there comes the killer instinct to do just that. As Snappy, now the next target here will go down as well. DMG losing across the rift as they're only able to find one, but not find three.
Yep, Ecstasy being able to get the ultimate, of holding the ultimate for a time through the CC, but already having the passive out on towards Namex, then being able to ult straight on top of him. This is the kind of thing that allows the Kai'Sa to be able to be so effective in towards the Zeri. If the Zeri are being able to get over that creek wall, over towards the other side of that tri-bush, Ecstasy would still be able to follow him all the way there and execute him. So this is the matchup. The matchup is very, very favorable for the Kai'Sa once we get to these points, similar to why Kai'Sa is so effective into stuff like Ezreal. All of these high mobility champions, they fear a Kai'Sa, the AD. That is also an AD hybrid assassin that turns into an AP poke mage later on in the game as Hunt picks up the first kill of the game on towards Skaterlot
Very nice.
in that
Sullivan,
midsection.
very nice, Sullivan.
Very nice, and is one
I
level
guess,
away from having ridiculous range, to be honest.
Yeah. That's a very good point. I very much, very important there, obviously, with Tristana getting that extra range. Let's see what happens down on the bot lane here, though. Pizza is there. Heartbreaker available. Romy and Ecstasy the targets. Ecstasy does still have his flash, remember, after the last fight. Snappy could follow, though. Skate up, rotating down here as well. But despite their numbers, DMG don't commit to the play. Drake up in a minute and a half. That could be something we could look forward to. Maybe some early fights as these objectives have been taken down quickly. I'm looking at this top lane. Obviously, these short trades, Bucci playing them very well for now. But in an all-in, would he potentially be able to win that?
Which all-in are you talking about?
If Bucci decides to go for an all-in on Nila, when he's got them down to this half HP mark or something, he could win it, right?
Yes. No, he could if he knows where jungle is, but I do feel like Nilla with flash up is just going to use the flash, worst case scenario. Because right now he doesn't have access to that minion wave, so there are windows where he could burn the flash, but that's the first line of defense.
I absolutely
know.
despise Siren.
This game
champion.
This game you'll really hate it. But there are two areas that can abuse her, right? The Talia wall. If the Talia wall comes in at an angle, that will force flash. And if the Leona ultimate comes down on her, that will force flash. And then on the next rotation of those two spells, she should just die, right? Outside of that, you know, you don't want to just dive on top of her. Like, yes, she'll be the most annoying champion to go.
Yes, definitely something we'll make note of to see when that flash can cool down and how they will play around it.
Yeah,
DMG,
she'll have it up for this Drake.
Side ultimate has been called. I'm not sure if you don't have the mana for a kill here. It feels like we somewhat missed something there, though. In the end, nothing happens as Romeo looking for Namex here, who is out of summoners, but the CC chain is good. Does still have the E available,
and
out to safety, but the killer instinct has other plans. No, the ignite, not enough. Ecstasy rooted up. Snappy, do you have the damage? The Leona can do something, but Ecstasy flashes forward. What are you doing, Namex? Snappy, though, still on the hunt for the kill, but Yoka is here. I think Snappy have overstayed his welcome. Felt a bit too confident. Forced to flash out. That feels bad to lose with your DMG. Nice play by Nord.
Yeah, there you see that interaction we were talking about earlier with the Zeri going over the wall and Ecstasy just immediately following her and being able to get out the full burst, almost immediately killing Namex. Does have to get the additional Q off at the end there, but there you're seeing the threat that she perpetually has in towards this Zeri. That's something Zeri has to be very cognizant about. They're very unfavored in the 2v2 as a result of it. But yeah, I mean, this is only going to get worse later on. I have my points on DMG this game, which is ironic because initially my points actually defaulted to being on Nord because I hadn't voted yet. So now I'm wondering maybe I should have just kept it up to the points God had given me.
But that wouldn't have felt true to yourself though, and your own beliefs, right? Surely you're happier with losing.
Bro, they're losing
than winning in something you didn't have faith in as Namex. Yet again in trouble though. Ecstasy looking forward.
They're losing against a sub, bro.
I mean, Yoka has been playing well so far. Cyber's a bad champion as well. Yeah, obviously very good in the current meta, but not a fun champ to watch in my humble opinion. Skate, right? Will take some damage here. Can Pizza do something about it? Flash available.
Oh no!
Though. As now Hunt can look to turn this back. Oh no! Good
The buffer!
channel. The E as well. The buffer was perfect. Pizza in trouble. But no kill to be served to either team as everyone makes it out.
Very aggressive by Hunt there, able to survive everything. Buffer when he had to buffer, dodge when he had to dodge, and auto when he needed to auto. Almost a straight kill there. On towards Bitso as well, just barely leaving with his life, but is going to have to leave the lane in a poor state, allowing Hunt to threaten bot side as this 4-man dive on this wave appears to be taking formation.
Yeah, it's definitely going down. Never mind, I cast a curse that it's not going down, it seems. Oh, maybe they are still positioning for it. Can they clear the wave? No. Yes, they can with that solar flare. I assume that was targeted at Ecstasy, but maybe Snappy just with that.
Targeted at both? Why not both?
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. Pizza though, counter jungling a bit. The top side really the only place of hope here for DMG, and I'm not sure that's a good thing to say when your hope is now a take Sion. Regardless though, this game still far from over, much to be said and done, and this could be one of the moves to try and decide it as Namex instantly evaporates from the rift. Romeo tanks up the turret nicely, and they're out cleanly. Such a beautiful dive from Nolan.
Yep, a fantastically executed dive, extending the lead to 5-1. Hunt is like, I need teammates.
I love Hunt Tristana, man. That is fun to watch. He is certainly bold, and he's pushing the champion to its limits.
You can tell he's a young player.
Yeah, you can definitely tell. I remember when I started casting the Danish League Legends, he was one of the prospects back then. That was back when he was a Rengar one-trick in the jungle. And he was coached by Guldborg in Copenhagen Flames Academy. So yeah, that's a long time ago now, you could say. Guldborg is now working on the LEC still, I do believe. Oh! Middle? Hunt? No way, Hunt, you're insane! He doesn't get the kill, but the balls on this man must be respected.
I think it was a kill for sure. Like, auto are there and the guy is dead, 100%.
Yeah, surely if he got his full combo out, he would have gotten the kill, but as soon as Gaterod was able to get out of that range, he was out to safety. But Hunt Tristana, man, blink and you miss it.
Yeah, my goat. This is the kind of ADHD mid laner that you want, right? Some guy who's going all in all the time, knows his limits now because he spent his whole life going all in all the time. He's someone who just needs to be reined in by that voice. That's what Scoot was for.
Okay.
Right? That's what Romeo was.
Oh my god, that siren damage is disgusting. Pretty much just one-shotting beats it. Yeah, we need to ban this champion. Can we remove her off the rift? That I do not appreciate.
I don't think we need to ban this champ. We need more champs this powerful.
That is horrible.
I want every champion. I want every champ to be that powerful. Right, that's what I want.
I do not, man. That is.
I do.
Disgusting, man.
If you miss that for 1 second, you should be able to be deleted by a full tank Yumi. That's what I want.
Utter woke Syra jungle nonsense, man. Get it
woke. Out. The woke left wants you to pick Syra.
Have you seen that meme going around in the football community? I don't know if you watch Esports at all.
No.
But it's a picture of a football coach, Sean Dice, a big, bald man, very Brexit looking, right? Standing up against the concrete wall. He's known for playing Brexit-style football, as it would be called, and then it's a text saying none of this woke utter nonsense. And then it's, for example, you know, game delayed because of heavy rain and thunder in the Denmark-Germany game. None of this utter woke nonsense. It's a very good meme. I do very much appreciate it, but now that I've explained it, it feels like it's falling kind of flat.
I mean, it's fine. I'm sure someone out there appreciated it.
Yeah, I think Don Jake would appreciate it. This man, that man likes to cook football memes. He actually seems to have decent ball knowledge as well, to be fair.
That guy is a dank memer. That guy loves memes. Shout out to the Don Jake Twitter. I mean, his memes are very dank.
Yeah, his Twitter is pretty much the only thing on my For You page on Twitter. I do follow him. It's none of that. But I swear to God, the man tweets 500 times a day. I get to see 400 tweets from him and then maybe 50 from you about which ERL you're going to watch next.
Anyone wondering why this is relevant? Don Jake is the owner of Ruddy, who do Play Next, right?
Yeah,
very well known community member and class clown.
Class clown. And also been a guest on the NLC before, actually. Did a very good job when he was on there, back when we had a studio. Yeah. But now back to the Drakes. Soul point here for Nolan, 4 seconds time. Let's just look at the items and look at the difference on AD carries. Where has this come from? Yes, I know he's gotten 3 kills.
Yeah, I was gonna say
full item?
Yeah, we've been watching him solo, well, kind of solo kill, 2v2 kill his opponent on repeat. This does happen. This does happen.
Full item? Why is it only 1.2k gold then? What am I missing? The free boots. That's insane. Let's see what happens here though. Turn in the mid lane goes down. Feels like DMG might want to try and make something happen here. But no, feeling confident as well. Continuing to step up. Herald charge Number 2 denied by the smite from Pizza. Solar Flare comes down. Joker though still available, still alive. The Flash's not there. Here comes the Cyan in the backline, but it's only on towards Nila. Ecstasy still untouched, knocked up now for a brief second as Namix kicked out of the fight. One already down. It is Snappy. Namix trying to do something, but he's an item behind. Boochie, you absolute beauty! Fine too! Boochie gang, well and truly alive. Put your faith in the tag, Cyan, and he will lead you towards the game continuing.
Yeah, we were saying, like, unless Bucci is one of the greatest Scions ever to touch the champion and Snabby's able to burn Jokka's flash, we don't really see how this thing can function. And Bucci and Snabby both put on a show. Bucci in particular, following up really well with the flash ones. Nilla, though.
It is not
Nilla!
done. It is done with
run.
He's just gone and that's it. Sacrificing himself for his teammates. Bucci out of mana, out of outplays, and
I mean,
this
also sacrifices himself. Also sacrifices himself to get the mid tower down. That is a huge structure to take down. We saw in the EPL the team being able to take every single tier 2 on both sides, but because they were unable to take the mid tower, they were never able to quite crash waves on either of those sides.
In trouble. No flash. Is the damage there though? This Sherry not that strong,
We're in the
but
game.
can get that
We're in
kill
the
over
game!
line. And this game, well and truly living. Banger of the day when I looked over the game sheet, and I feel like it is living up to it at this point.
Yeah, 100%. These individual catches are what they need. Jokka with no flash, extremely vulnerable to all of the pick available on DMG. And those groupings should still be able to find a play, but we've seen in the first big grouping of the game that DMG, they still know bull. They still know bull. Word of the day is bull, everybody. They still know bull. And now that gold lead, 1.2k ahead beforehand for Ecstasy. It's down to an even 0.0k. We don't even have a color for that. Apparently, it's just pure white. And the game has somewhat reset, right? Both sides, we've seen the first 5-5. DMG were able to take it, it's more or less, even with a numbers disadvantage, a gold deficit, a comp deficit. DMG, now in a more even space, should be feeling really comfortable. And Nord, they may start to feel the pressure now. Remember, they are playing with a substitute player, right? So they're already somewhat staggered. It's up to DMG to break them.
Uh-oh, really? Is not in trouble, no mind. Oh, the pain train coming through. CC chain next up on the menu, but obviously that counter strike gets you out of much trouble. Can they continue? Yeah, Bucci can obviously take the turret for a while, but the question just is about the damage. Bucci has some, but Pizza doesn't have that much yet. As Hunt takes down the tier 1 on the top side.
Yep, Hunt getting a lot of prio on top, but Sion's actually fairly evenly matching it. They had to make a play on Jax to be able to do so, but, you know, nonetheless, when you're even on the map, you're even on the map. Mid tower is down. Zeri Leona able to play somewhat aggressively there and lean topside. Kaiser's already in the river, but this grouping, it's going to be Sion on the recall. Sion able to move topside well before the Jax. Jax with no teleport, so Nord, they have to be careful about taking any kind of extended play. As you can see, a constrained 2-map setup coming out from DMG here. Jax still has to push out this way, but we can even think of grouping. So what do Nord say? Nord say we need to get ourselves off the map right now, or Bucci may well do it again. And this just gives DMG time to take back full control of Baron. We are in late game, ladies and gentlemen. The purple worm is up. The whole game now pivots around the big purple worm. I'm not going to make the obvious jokes there. And DMG coming out immediately with an advantage on that map state as Hunt looks to pressure bot hard enough to try to drag Skaterot down. But bear in mind, Skaterot is the one that will have TP up first. Bucci already has TP. Will have a big map advantage to DMG once both of these guys are able to come out onto the sides and they're able to play relative to that to top side.
So, with that, with Nord still in the goal lead, I want to take a look at the items. What do they have that can really get them over the line? Well, 2 items on Ecstasy have been there for quite a while. Important 2 item spike now for Hunt as well, getting that Infinity Edge over the line. But on the side of DMG, they're catching up now. 2.5 items as well for Namix. Those few kills really getting him back into the swing of things. 2 items as well on Bucci. This Cyan is incredible to watch. He's really pushing into his limits and not in the bounce way. As yeah, very good performance so far. This game feels like there's still much game to be played. The ball still in play for likely a few more neutral objectives. The Baron is on the rift. Feels like Nord might be posturing for some control here around it.
I agree with your analysis, Duckling. That was very intelligent. But can Nord?
Snappy.
Oh, okay, well,
Snappy's
they answered the
rooted up
question I'm
here.
going to ask.
Does have the time to try and lock
Oh!
up Ecstasy!
Oh!
Killer Instinct down
Oh,
to
the
safety, but
Arsenal!
Bucci
That's
has
big, by the way.
other plans.
Booch!
Snappy is down though, but Bucci is all alone at this moment. Namix
Hunt.
taking in an assist. Hunt now with the TP as well.
Oh my
Finds
God, he's killed him.
Namix.
No, he hasn't.
Double kill. Bucci is there, but trying to get Hunt. I think this might be the Baron Pizza though. Is here, but without the flash in any way to get in. Can they stop this from going down? I don't think they can.
So close.
Ecstasy and Hunter solo though. Do they not want to try and do something? Romeo spotted on the wall. The Baron going down so quickly here, and that is it. It is Nord finding crucial kills and a crucial Baron to put them in the driver's seat.
So close though. So many HP bars going ridiculously low on both sides. But unfortunately, Bucci and Snabby, they end up dying for nothing. They did so much to try to get the setup for their team, but the damage just quite wasn't there. Hunt's TP able to zone off Namix and getting the final hits he needed to secure the Ecstasy kill, to secure kills on towards Joker as well, to secure kills anywhere he could and prevent that Baron. They are going to trade the Cloud Drake for it. They deny the Cloud sole priority for Nord yet, and they pushed out mid and they pushed out bot. They're trying to extend the Baron time for as long as they possibly can, prevent Nord getting as close to the inhibitors as possible. Likely though, this is going to be at least 2 tier 2s down. So one more mess up like that, and DMG could just see themselves looking at a grey screen.
Yeah, that was a crucial mistake, I should say. Kinda bringing the game into one team's favor. For now, as we are still alive, 4k gold separating these two teams. Hunt though, what a performance for him so far. Ecstasy almost caught there, managing to make it out. He's played well as well. Snappy though, the initial target and he gets bursted immediately, taken down as the solar flare comes out, but goes wide. Romeo flashes out of harm's way. Hunt split pushing, breaking open the base here, as this won't be enough. Yes, that no W able to get him out of the rocket jump to safety. Turrets falling, and this feels like Nord now so close to winning it all here. One more mistake, one more fight. It's BMG
Nilla.
trying to punch back. Ecstasy.
Oh my god, he's on tower by the way, on top. Look at top.
Oh yeah. Oh
Oh my
God.
lord.
This is brutal. Inhibitor next up on the list here. Tier 3 in the mid lane as well. This Baron still alive for 1/3 as Snappy's back up. He's looking for something. He finds no one. Bucci on the flank, but they found Romeo. Not the target they would have preferred. The 3-man's done. Can they get the damage down? Hunt still alive. The Heartbreaker comes through. The fight is closer than it should have been, but DMG are winning it as the resets are coming through. Only Yaka seems to be able to survive this as Nilla running for the hills, but surely he can't way out. Yet another Heartbreaker as Nord loops for Bucci, you beauty.
Okay, but Nilla did get the top inhibitor down. The base has been broken. DMG, they're going to have to deal with that. But when it comes to the next Baron, that's not such a big deal. You're looking to play top and mid primarily anyway. When the Baron comes up, it's only going to be an issue for the Drake. And that Drake is only going to be sole point for Nord, not necessarily sole. So DMG will be very happy to just play top and mid if Nord decide to go for that Drake. So this still could be a neutralizing factor for them. It's still a big deal being able to get that inhibitor down. DMG can't afford any more team fighting mistakes. They have been doing much better in these fights than they really should be. Right? They have been doing much better than they should be. So assuming they don't just get obliterated in a 5-on-5, with this map state, DMG, I could definitely see them playing it out and making the next contest at Baron extremely interesting.
This game, man, is it's still delivering, but Nord, they have their lead. They are still confident. Yes, they've fumbled a few fights, but they've also, when it really mattered, won them confidently. And as you say, DMG don't have to contest the Drake. Bucci can just build up his HP up in this top lane here by getting these minions, getting that gold. I mean, it feels like the game isn't fully over, but it is Nord's to lose still.
Yeah. I mean, DMG, this game really feels like it can go either way for me right now. I think Nord are absolutely doing the right thing by pressuring bot side as heavily as they can, pressuring as far away from Bucci as possible because they have the TP timing on Bucci. I keep seeing the Amoga sus whenever I see Viego do that. This is a numbers advantage for Nord on the bot side. They're going to be able to free hit this tower. Hunt being able to play out of range and no one can threaten him on Skateway. He's trying to find another group W, but he's not going to be able to find it. Sion, he feels he's pushed top out enough to be able to do a temporary grouping. But Nord, they're already done. They're like, we got the tier 2. We're out of here, baby. Let's set up potentially for this Drake. The Baron is not going to be up at the exact same time. We have a window to take this. DMG, they don't want to ignore that top lane for too long. They'd have to send Skaterot top, but that's probably your best control of the river. Is going to be Skaterot or Sion. Maybe Snabby has something for us. Who knows?
And just look at the game state here, right? On the main carries, mid and ADC.
Yeah.
3 items for both teams. Yes, there's half an item extra on the side of Nord. In both the mid and ADC position. Can't count out Jock either. The champion just filled with damage on the side where he's played incredibly well on his appearance here. And he will be on this roster for the rest of summer split. The question just is, will he play here every time, or will they sub in and out, like running a 6-man roster? From the tweet, it was hard to decipher. But for now, at the very least, he's in and he's performing well.
That he is. The team has not lost that much cohesion, though, for losing jungle, right? Going back to the conversation we were having earlier, this team has had substitutions in jungle multiple times now. It does indicate that the team identity is coming from elsewhere, which makes sense given the very stringent solo identities of a lot of the players on that lineup, right? Nilla, we know what he does. Hunt, we know what he does. Romeo, we know very much what he does. You're an AD carry X, so you don't have any clear identity. As a result, like, it makes sense that when it comes to the jungle role that, you know, not only would you have this many subs, but also maybe it doesn't make that much of a difference so long as the guy is able to play with what his team wants to be able to do. Right, so long as the way he wants to play the game does not cause a disadvantage for any particular individual person. As long as he is a jungler that takes into account the full team. Should be able to slot in fairly nicely. Yep.
This next fight will really decide who's going to win the game. Nord have the front foot coming into it. A goal lead, the positioning as well, with all these standing gold taken down and opening up the map in their favor. But if DMG win this, it's back to even footing. But Hunt is a nuisance down on the bot side. Have to send Skate right there to deal with him as Bucci rotates up to assist his teammates in the middle of the rift.
He does, but it looks like to me that the Baron is being started, or Jock is losing a lot of HP trying to clear wards. Yet the Baron was indeed started, but unfortunately, he didn't even get to clear the wards that were there. The NG using the Baron as a 6th man and forcing Nord off the immediate one. That top inhibitor has respawned. You're able to get one last big outpush on top side. You should be fairly clear to go. Skaterot doing his best not to trade HP of Hunt, because that TP becomes useless if you're going to TP in at 300 HP and just insta-die to Ecstasy.
Just the silence of the calm before the storm, you should say, as Romeo finds Gucci. We let the damage to take him down here. I didn't see Ecstasy there. Maybe they had, but only getting him down to half. That's still a huge chunk, though. He will now have to recall. Oh, we are just at that game-deciding fight. You can feel it. The tension is there. Skaterot dealing with Hunt on the bot side. Mid lane v mid lane. That Bucci struggling to get the reset in. He's being poked out by the Void Seeker. Keeping their eyes on the Baron. They know that Asira can kill it very, very quickly. So they have to always know what's happening to it. But that control up makes it hard to do.
Bucci in base, Skaterot in base, both with TP. Nord don't have the window to just do Baron. They do, honestly. I'm going to be real. They have the window to do Baron, but you're playing to burn the TPs there, and I think they should be doing it. I do think we are seeing a Nord that is scared, a Nord that is worried. They've been betting too many times. They feel they should be winning all these team fights. They haven't been winning these team fights. This is hesitation. Look, I've been playing a lot of Ghost of Tsushima, alright? So I basically am a medieval samurai right now, and hesitation is defeat. I can tell you that for a fact, alright? Sun Tzu probably said that, I think. You know? And it really rings true in this game. DMG are getting so many opportunities because Nord, they're hesitating. They're in the standoff, you know? They're too worried about whether each individual, like, potential bluff is an actual gambit, and they're losing the standoff. They're not getting the resolve. They're not being able to get in. They're not being able to get their combo in. They're not being able to get their grouping in. They're not being able to get the kills that they need to start off these fights in their favor.
The damage from Ecstasy, man, that makes it down to half, just from 2 Void Seekers. That's absolutely massive. Only a bit of life still there with the Vampiric Scepter.
Only a bit.
Only a bit, yeah. So won't be able to get back up to full HP. I think that just has to reset. And then, again, more control.
Oh my lord.
It feels like Nord slowly but surely are pushing forward, setting up for what they want.
Yeah.
That Baron and the game win.
That is it though. Don't get caught and your composition will naturally win. They've just been bitten so many times that they are genuinely terrified of
they
getting
found
caught.
him! It's Namex who's the target and they instantly blow him up!
Nah.
That surely should be it, Bucci. Now trying to run as well, has the flash available. But I think he's done as well. This is game, I have to say it's done. They found him, they found the target that they needed. They can turn for the Baron, but Hunt, maybe too far forward. No!
Wow.
Hunt, you absolute beauty! Finds one in the 1v3. And while this might not directly be the game, it will surely lead to that outcome in just a few minutes' time.
Yep, no one left to be able to contest this Baron whatsoever. 3 members down. This isn't just a Baron, by the way. The Drake is up in 22 seconds. Nord should be able to set up first on there off of these recalls. 30 seconds on Bucci, 31 seconds on Bitsay. They're not going to be able to be there in time. So this is very likely to be a Cloud Soul for Nord and a Baron to set up the game end. Off of that one big mistake, they were patient, they were slowly winning, they were finally happy to slowly win, and Namex rewards them for their patience with his impatience. Yes, maybe Nord were hesitating, but DMG were the ones that blinked.
That's a very good way to put it, to be honest. Namex being caught out, blown up Romeo, showing why he was so praised in Spring Split, and started to find his footing here again. In his second split in the NLC. Still one of the younger players we have here in terms of experience on the ERL Division 1 level. But he's certainly been a joy to have in our league. The final push, the final fight beckons on the horizon. DMG. This is where you put your final stand. 4 items on both your main carries. If you have to find something, or if you can find something, it has to be
Oh my
now.
god!
Snappy!
Oh my god!
Just casually took him down. He
Leon
had
is
both
technically
sums.
a tank.
That is disgusting and unbelievable. Now Yaka looking for Bucci, who's also a tank, remember. 4v5 DMG now have to keep this game alive.
Hunt doesn't recognize the species known as tank. He doesn't even recognize crowd control as a... Bitsay moves up, Hunt just literally doesn't care. Huge threat for his team right now.
The shot,
Joker!
the push, they found Joker, but he manages to go golden, still has the flash available as well, so he could make it out, but no, Skate Rod takes him down.
Oh my god, Namex!
Namex!
He got
finds
one!
one! Ecstasy though, still alive, he has the damage, same goes for Nila. Namex running forward, but can't find anyone else. The game though continues to stay alive. Are there any TPs that could be used? Anything to get more here? No, simply buying time. Nord continues to find the windows that keeps this game going.
2 inhibitors down though, still signs of life from DMG. They keep finding fights they shouldn't be able to find. They keep defying the odds, but will that be enough? Will that be enough for them to hold on to their Nexus? They're on the back foot ever since draft phase. They've slowly but surely been able to claw back some kinds of small wins, but it's small wins from an overall loss. They're still in a very clear losing state. Remember, Cloud Soul on Nord. 2 inhibitors down. The next set of decisions for Nord are very simple. Elder's not up for 4 minutes. Baron's not up at all. You just jam your 5 members top lane, and then you try to close it there. But DMG, they've been very effective in these sieges. Skaterot has repeatedly found these picks. Sion has been able to come in on it. Snabby has been able to come in on it. They've been able to find their follow-ups. They've found their engages. But Nord, they just need one push to go decently well for them, and they should clearly have a game win here. Remember, all these small victorious battles for DMG are after massive defeats.
Yeah, but it's really good phrasing there, right? Because every time Nord get a mile, DMG get an inch back.
Yes.
And yeah, that can only happen for so long, right? Look at what you have left in your base. You only have an inhibitor and 2 Nexus turrets between your opponents and the Nexus. Yes, Romeo can get poked, but he's not going down. The gold is starting to matter less and less, but we're about the point where you hit your final items. And that point will come to Nord first as they push for what could be that one final push. Ecstasy now level 18 as well. They're taking over to their full strength. It has to be something miraculous. Snappy spotted already, but he's
going now.
Yoka. The flash has been
Oh
used.
my god.
Yoka though is in trouble.
Namex!
Goes golden yet again. Namex
No, he's
has to carry
separated.
this fight as Skate Rod. looks to be caught out here. They
Oh, they're
found the carries. Can they get ecstasy as well? Hunt is ending the game. Hunt is ending the game, guys. Namix is down.
Namix dead.
Hunt in a 1v2. This
Then they
is
killed
it.
them.
Hunt decided not to fight anymore, not to give
Oh.
them that inch. Instead, they would rather take the base. Hunt says no. DMG fought bravely, but nothing to do as Nord tie up the score with DMG. They're both now 6-3.
But even in that loss, you can see why the MG are being cried out for as the real deal, right? Nord, a very, very effective team solo, but they had a winning draft and it took them 40 minutes to take down DMG because DMG kept finding the angles and they were very confident when they did find the angles. There was only really one time where they got dramatically caught out in favor of Nord. That was that Narmex capture on the catwalk by Wraiths. But outside of that, it was DMG getting the catches, finding the angles in an impossible situation. Honestly, if these guys had an even or winning draft, I would have said this game is fully in favor of DMG. Obviously, this is a lot of cope because I just lost that bet. But shout outs to both sides. That was a very strong game of League of Legends in the NLC, showing that our top level is very competitive with each other and that right now it's too early to make a call of who's going to be the successful one in the playoffs.
Yeah, very, very exciting split ahead between our top teams, but not though win this time around. A good draft led to a hard-fought victory. But for now, let's go to a break, and when we come back, the analysts will break that win down for Nord even further.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
History repeats itself as DMG lose versus Nord. I was not expecting this. Duckling, welcome to the desk. Ah, exactly. Like, I had a lot to talk about it, and supposedly, when you start a game, it was magical.
What's up? It was me in disguise the whole time.
I got bamboozled. I think we can say the same about the lanes coming in from DAG, because you look into the bot lane, which was such an important lane, and even with a cull, you lose in a 2v2. I guess DMG were kind of bamboozled as well by Ecstasy.
Yeah, I think so. I like kind of looking at how that game was. It was one of those bot lanes where I felt like it's normally really even, but how Ecstasy especially was playing with Romeo, they were not willing to play passively. They wanted to go really aggressively, really quickly, make these plays happen. The fact they got the 2v2 fight early on when we still had Ecstasy on Cole kind of showed how the game was going to go. It pretty much showed how the rest of the game was going to be, because Hunt had gotten first blood solo mid. They got the 2v2 bot lane. It was pretty much a dire spot for DMG from minute 5.
I kind of lost a little bit of that, but really swallow talk.
I was very worried that we were also going to lose our host, but unfortunately he managed to plug everything back in. So, but yeah, I mean, what I'll say is that neither bot lane hero were willing to give up the 2v2 advantage. We've seen Numax and Snabby; they want to play for it as well. It was no surprise, I think, to tenured watchers of the NLC this split that both bot lanes ended up with a 2v2 kill. You know, it was happening somewhere. Let's put it that way. And in this time, it went around to the side of Nord, and a lot of things actually were going in Nord's favor, because Hunt got a solo kill mid. They managed to, Yorka managed to build up a really big lead in the jungle. 2v2 kill on bot side. You know, the early game was a picture of Nord health, and I think that was something that we really wanted to see going into this game, because they needed that. They're a team that I think we expected more from going into this split, and the fact that they've made this jungle change, it's gone very well for them, has got to be at least a confidence builder, even if the game took a bit longer than expected to close out.
The first individual, or at least the second one on NLC, to bring in the Zyra. In your first game, you bring in the Zyra, you do as much work as he did. Although the MVP goes for Hunt at the last part of the game, it was all on Hunt's back. Even the last team fight, it was a beautiful one. Last attempt coming in from DMG. But Hunt was on a different page today, I believe.
Yeah, had gotten the first blood solo kill mid lane to start it off. Then the fact that you just see Hunt in these side lanes constantly putting this pressure. Skaterrot really couldn't do anything to stop them. And you just see that last play where it's like, it looks initially dire for Nord, but the fact that you had Hunt just going, I'm just going to end the game instead. I'm not looking for the fights. I just want this win. We're taking it. And I want to call it Veteran, by the way, who called me out for wanting Blue Whites to win. I feel like somebody put predictions onto Nord and actually put 5 points on there. Man, who would that be?
You know what? I would show the graphic, but yeah. But yeah, he did. He did put 5 points. On the next game, though, we have Ruddy versus LLS. The first time they met, it was Ruddy. We invaded the enemy Raptors, who got a lot of kills. It was 3-4-2. It was a bloody one. But then they took a free fall, and LLS took that game. Ruddy now are looking into the first place, isolated because of what happened previously in the day. So if LLS is capable from stealing a game yet again from Ruddy, Ruddy will go on to first place, tie it up with another team. Or if they win versus LLS, they can be isolated for the first time with no one just bothering them at the top of the standings. For you folks, what is the take on this game? Where should I be looking?
So there's a really interesting dynamic in this game, which is haunts every Ruddy game for that matter, which is they're a team that live and die a little bit by their early game, and specifically what their mid laner ends up doing. Now, this isn't to say that every game is lost or won in the first 10 minutes for Ruddy. I don't want to go that far, but they're a team that is clearly has some variation. And although they're at the top side of our leaderboard, and they've been a top team in this league, not just for this summer, but also for spring, they're a team that I think any team in the NLC kind of looks at and thinks, you know what, if we get things right, we can take a pop at these guys, and they might just crumble.
I was waiting, Magical. I was waiting for you.
No, I mean, I couldn't have said it better. It's a succinct thing. I think when you look at Ruddy, how they like to play is they usually like to steamroll. They like to play very aggressively early on, And when that doesn't happen, that's when they start to struggle. That's when they start having some issues. Alex in the mid lane is someone that I think is very important, but not necessarily as you so rightfully called out for just being a carry, but I feel like is kind of more like the soul, the heart of the team. Someone that kind of leads from the front, and when they're not in front, they kind of lack that power that they normally rely so heavily on.
I remember on the post-game interview with Don Jake on that specific game, he was heavy on the team. He talked a lot about the team and how they needed to shift their mentality. They kind of did. They only lost another game after that one. But it was such a different Ruddy we got to see after this match. So LLS can take such a big opportunity to climb a little bit more better on the standings, which is such important. It's such an important game for them in terms of calendar. But also, it's another statement from Ruddy. We remember what the coach Wolverine stated, that this is a bums league, and I'm not letting that one go. So he needs to step up. So this is an important one for Ruddy as well, because if they lose yet again for LLS, what does this say about the team? 6-2 versus 4-4. Ruddy versus LLS. The Champion Select. No subs today for these teams. This is the first time, by the way. What can we expect?
Well, what we can expect is Ruddy to come with, I think, their typical setup. They're going to be ideally looking to put Built on something that isn't too impactful on the game. Even though he's like a Riven one-trick pony in solo queue, I know he's moved away from that as well, but that's what he was in the past. He's often been seen on stuff like Skarner, on Sejuani, this sort of stuff for Ruddy, because they really like to put their focus into their mid jungle, into this bot side of the map, more specifically on average. So I would expect, for example, if Skarner's left open, for that to be particularly high prio for Ruddy. What we're also seeing is the Zac ban away from Alaric, who is a Zac support specialist, and Carthus ban away from Kitarukan, which, both of these have been absolute pillars for Ruddy so far going to the season. These are definitely good bans coming out from light side, and I think if you're light side, one of your first steps for actually winning this game as a whole is really coming away with a winning draft phase, as they have been doing throughout the season. So so far so good, but let's see what they actually end up picking.
I like this. I like this from LLS a lot. They've left open a lot of powerful picks here. And this is something I think that when you have like really powerful picks that everyone's like, these are red side bans you have to take away, like Rumble, Corki, Tristana, Skarner was something I kind of expected to see them leave open. You can only pick one of them as your first pick on blue side, which means two will go to the hands of LLS. And so Tristana is going to be the call here. And I like I said, would have expected the Skarner to have been left open, something that they could have gone to that would be like, what do you want more, Rumble or Skarner?
That's an interesting one, because Rumble is such a powerful pick for Ruddy specifically. They love to thrive on this pick. The Tristana, though, you're leaving Sumi yet again with the champion that destroyed Alex on the lane, and this was the reason why he was the MVP. So this is a returning from Sumi, at least in terms of Champion Select. It's kind of going the same way for LLS from the last time they met. It's not the Jace, it's the Yone. He accepts the challenge.
Yes,
yeah, I was wondering if it was going to be the Yone or Zed.
Yeah, I mean, they can definitely go in that direction as Ruddy. You will expect these AD mid laners to be a core pillar of their play. For them to match with a Yone, as you said, magical, it could have been the Zed, and also to match with the melee support is absolutely typical of this team. It sits right within their comfort zone. You're not expecting them to go in any different way. The only thing that could be different is we don't actually know if this Rumble is going jungle or top yet. So this is the fun part about Ruddy's draft, is they do have that ability to move the Rumble around. I think they would be at least open to that. We've seen in the past Sejuani top being a great pick in these types of scenarios for Ruddy, so I would expect that to get banned in 4-5 by light side. On the other hand, though, they've actually locked Vi with Tristana, which also means the patent pending Lungfist light side AP mage bot lane is on the horizon. It's just a question of how it arrives.
Especially with Karthus already banned, like Brand is still something that they could go for if they really want to. I mean,
where's the Aurelion Soul ban?
Yeah, that'd be funny to see as well. I mean, Vigar is something that I kind of joked about before, but it's something that I think a lot of players are starting to kind of figure out is actually still really good. But Zyra, Still hasn't been touched by either team here. Come on, where is the Zyra?
I think unless the Zyra is arriving for Fruity Fresh in this scenario, I don't think we're going to be seeing her magic items. I'm very sorry to break it to you, but I mean, as we can see from the side of Ruddy, they're banning away the Ziggs. They're showing ample respect to the side of Fruity Fresh. Interestingly, teams still electing to actually ban the mages against him, because I do think he has a deep enough pool to sort of tank the bans. But Ziggs is specifically good with the champion like Rel. It's specifically good with a champion like Vi, where you can get sort of that sweet spot on the ultimate. So, you know, a good set of bans coming out from the side of Ruddy. AP Kaiser as well being removed. So this all makes a lot of sense. Zeri would be an interesting pick, because that actually puts the AP emphasis onto Elijah, which I don't think we've seen too much of. But I mean, let's see how it goes.
There's so many picks for Fruity Fresh. The Zeri, it fumbles me. You know, he's looking for the attack speed and right click. I mean, you kind of queue, but it's still an AD carry. Guess we confused for Fruity Fresh.
You go for Kennen then for Elijah. That's kind of like what I'm thinking here. Is like you go like, is that going to be a last pick Kennen? Try to make sure where the Rumble's going, if it's going to go top lane or not, and then get Kennen for yourself. And that's like why we're seeing that held off on and going for something like Zeri.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a very small chance it's AP Zeri in bot side. I don't think that's viable anymore. I do remember it used to be a thing, so maybe Fruity Fresh knows something we don't. But I think definitely, as you said, a Kennen, a Gwen, you know, these types of picks should be what Lightside are at least considering, and it'll actually depend really on what goes top here. You know, Ezreal is not of too much consequence to this game. It's good versus Vi and stuff, at least in the sense that it can play on that range outside of the effective range of Vi. And as you can see, the Sejuani I mentioned earlier coming in to complete that top side 3v3 for Ruddy. This is an absolute staple from them. I think they're very comfortable in this position. The question is do Lightside have the right pick to go against it? My assumption would be Gwen.
Yeah, Gwen's a good one. I think Kennen was the other one I was kind of thinking of. I like Gwen when you have the Sejuani picked here, because the flexibility you could still have. You could send the Sejuani top lane. Kennen wouldn't have as easy of a time. Gwen's great with that. Gwen doesn't care. Rumble or Sejuani, perfectly fine into that. So I think it works really well. Plus, it gives you a nice side lane pressure that you can have for the team. So LS, I think, actually have a pretty good comp here that can chase down and utilize this Gwen. Like, so say even if mid bot lane something is struggling there earlier on, you can use Elijah on this Gwen to kind of be the bridge that gets you from the early game to the late game.
It's an interesting champion select for both of them. Ruddy are comfortable. LLS are bringing something a little bit more spicy. And when you look into the menu, Torok and Magical, where should it land? Where do the points go? Everybody went for Ruddy except me, so tell me.
Well, if I had to bank off of draft, I would say Ruddy's is slightly more within their comfort zone. I think if they are the better team today, they should be able to come away with the win. But it's not a clear draft win, so you know it's definitely still to play for Lightside.
No team chose Zyra, so I don't even know if I want to choose a team. I'm of course just kidding. Rumble, I think, is really strong here. I think Rumble, like in general, is something that that's why I want to see more of the handshake. Say, what do you want more, Rumble or Skarner? Because I think having that as like the handshake, both of them are insanely good champions. Rumble getting through, to me, just gives a lot more to play around for Ruddy.
Interesting. I guess it's on, and what do you think back at home for chat? Tell me, who do you think is going to win, Ruddy or LLS? We know there's a lot of people, like a lot of fans. There's actually a viewing party for Ruddy, so do let us know who do you think is going to win and how you're going to win as well for Ruddy. But LLS, just show your love. And now showcasing the casters for the game, it is Veteran and the other dude.
Why are we back to the other dude? It's not like I've shaved or anything. How did he lose the respect from me? I don't know. I don't know what happened there. That's crazy.
We don't know who you are. I mean, you're not Duckling, but
I
yet the
am
graphic
the
says you're
Duckling,
Duckling. I mean, you're
I
not.
am the Duckling, and I'll never
mean, you're
change
not.
my name. I'll
I
do
mean,
this
you're
while
not.
I'm 55
Ducklings-
and one step from my grave, and I'll still be called a Duckling.
Ducklings haven't had puberty yet. You clearly have. All right, this is not. It's not. You're not a Duckling. All right, maybe a duck.
Maybe a
Can you
Duckling. It
quack?
just sounds kind of bad, no? Regardless, though, let's turn the conversation better towards
Yes,
some more
let's do it,
ball.
person.
When I asked you, both of these, I said ballers, but I meant drafters knew ball. You very much said that they both knew ball. It would be a high kill game, you said, and can you elaborate on that?
Yes. Yes, I mean, looking at these two drafts, basically the only one that has really a significant range advantage is kind of the Tristana, but she's actually liable to be engaged on by most of that composition. She has a dash to make her less vulnerable to it, but basically this looks to me like whoever is able to make the immediate aggressive pick is going to win that fight. Neither of them really have safe ranges into each other. That doesn't really exist here. If one's in proximity to hit one, the rest are all in proximity to hit them as well. So this is going to come down to, in my opinion, Vi engages versus Nautilus engages. Those are going to be the big things that are going to determine. Zeri is controlled by the Nautilus, and the Vi can be used as a control factor in kind, but also to begin the setup of a lot of these picks. Vi's probably going to have quite high level of deaths in this game, but could confer a large level of kills to a team as well. Both teams, none of them have luxuries when staring at each other. You kind of have to find the angle first, or you're going to die.
That's a very good point, Veteran, and I do very much agree with you. Some things I'm excited to see in this game, just looking at the draft. Both mage top laners, not too often we see that matchup in particular. Very excited though to see Elijah. It's been one of the talents for me to follow this split. Very excited to see how he performs today. I feel like every time I've watched this kid, he has done really well, and it's one of the players who, what I really like is when someone comes in with not much experience, you don't know much about them. Even I, as a Dane, didn't know much about Elijah, and you just swept off your feet by someone who's outperforming any expectation you have.
Oh, here we go.
And it's always really nice to see. Logan slides like 4-4 in the standings. They want to win this game to keep their playoffs hope alive, but Ready can sit atop the throne of the NLC all alone at the end of this day if they win this game.
Zooming on top lane here. Oh my lord, they really want to find this Gwen. They want to find it fast. Gwen also a huge scaling factor for Ludwig Lightside going in towards the game. Is able to E out over the wall. Sees Ruddy on that ward there as well. So Ruddy not going to quite be able to find the pick here. Bot lane going to go straight back bot so they can come out with the wave, not lose any of a potential level 1 advantage, which is going to be, again, who blinks first, right? Rel wins if Nautilus fails hook. Nautilus wins if he lands hook in a good position. So it's again, like, there's threats perpetually on both sides. Ignite on this Rumble, by the way. He's not playing to go even in this lane. He will start out of mana, though. Please laugh.
Yeah, Oh, Veteran, you're a horrible jokester, but I appreciate that about you. And I'm saying that with every single bit of knowledge that I am not funny either, but that was not.
I don't even know who you are, mysterious person who took over Duckling's spot.
I appreciate you, Veteran. That's all I'll say, though. That's all I'll say. That was it was good content, though, despite the joke not being the funniest. But we were talking about kills, and I very much agree with your points about the engages. Alaric certainly want to look for them. One of the bloodiest players I've seen in the NLC. He sees an opportunity,
they're all fighting,
and he goes for it. Already, they're fighting. They're committed.
Yeah, top lane fighting, mid lane fighting. Alex able to get the level 2 first. Feeling the samurai in himself. Always being really good on these all-in champions. And by really good, I mean very aggressive on these all-in champions built. Everyone keeps hyping up as a Riven player. I will have to say his Riven games feel like his worst games. But a very aggressive player nonetheless, as one would expect. This Hennessy's bot lane it's just going. Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, man. There's no other way.
You might as well just mute for this game, Veteran. I'll be the only one casting here because so much actually happening.
I get paid my day rate anyway. Go for it.
Oh, prick, mate. Regardless, though, Kitur again now looking for the invade battle. Could be in a bit of trouble here as Devar now making his way towards the red buff.
Just fight him. Yes!
Oh no.
Yes!
Oh my god. Why are we fighting in every lane? I think Barholdy's actually dead here. I have him in my fantasy team. He's gone.
He's gone. You know, if I wanted to overtake Initialize today, I actually needed Ruddy to lose. Because we both bet on Ruddy, but he's bet more points. So he loses more points.
Then you win.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
But Ruddy are going to win now. So I'll be right, but I'll lose by being right.
You'll be right, but you won't be that right.
Well, I needed him to be more wrong than me. We needed to both be wrong, but I needed him to be more wrong. But that wouldn't make me right. Being right would just make him kind of more right, but like I wouldn't overtake him, you know?
Oh, Alex. Looking for Sumi. Auto attack coming through. Good damage as Katsuri.
Fight. Just keep
Might
playing.
just pick up
keep
the kill
going.
there. Give it to Alaric.
See ya.
Never mind. Kiturikan picks it up. Ooh, the Dredge Shrine just goes wide, and the action continues. So far, only in the favor of Ruddy.
We're gonna have like a 5-minute warmugs from Sejuani at this rate, and then every 2v2, every 3v3 will win Ruddy's favor. Lightstone will be praying under their towers, and that should be clean objectives for Ruddy. Could be a very snowbally game. We were talking about how fight heavy this game is going to be, but in a fight heavy game, if one side gets a significant advantage, wow.
Has the assistant of his Danish friend in Barthold.
Okay,
Who could look for it, but built though.
no
At the
way,
moment,
no
just
way.
walking. Oh my god, the turn damage. No fucking way, man. That is disgusting.
Gets the 1-for-1, is gonna lose out on the next wave. Gwendo will get the advantage. Oh!
Oh, Sumi.
No!
No.
Yes! Hunt!
What is happening?
I said Hunt, I apologize. Alex!
What is esports? Get me out.
I told you,
No,
I
fast
told
leg.
you.
Oh
Blood,
my
man, I
God.
told you.
You
You were excited for this. You were excited for this.
Alaric?
You were excited.
Flash available. Flash Dreadline. Nah, he doesn't do it. Not
There
so.
we go. Get
Very
on
good.
him.
No,
Get
no,
his
but
ass.
Haldi, my fantasy points are gone. They're turned into smithereens. He's got 3 deaths in 5 minutes.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. This is what you're celebrating. You're a victim of what you wanted. You now know the truth that we don't really want what we want. You know, we think we want a bloody game, but we don't. You know? Like the cheating husband who dumps the mistress at the same time as he dumps the wife. You know, we don't really want what we want. You know?
You're crazy, bro. You're crazy. That is crazy. Well, as the kids would say, that is such a Sigma take.
Game has been paused. This is the only breathing room you're gonna get in the game, by the way. If
You're
we just
cutting out,
freeze.
bro. Fix
Oh,
your
am I?
microphone, veteran. You're
This
cutting
not
out, like,
this is not my microphone. This is not my microphone. I'm not taking responsibility
It's
for that.
Discord. Blame them. I'm
Can't-
suing them.
Is it Discord? Okay.
No, it's better now.
Okay, apparently it's not happening on stream, so we do blame Discord.
Yeah, blame Discord, man. Screw them.
Wow.
I don't get to hear all your anecdotes.
Okay, but this is the only breathing room we'll get in the game. Is if we freeze the entire game. That's the only way. It's the only way.
Anything else?
Oh,
to
and
add?
we're back. Yeah, no, because we're going back in. It's your job now, buddy.
It's all on me. I should have put Katurikan on my fantasy team. What am I doing with Bad Holdy, bro? I'm losing so many points here.
Not holy, imagine.
Bartu. Actually, he's also one of the long-standing veterans alongside School of Danish League of Legends. Bartu is a veteran of the scene. I respect the guy. But
Nice.
yeah. Him and Fastlink, there's a reason they played in UKEL last split. That's all I'll say. Not to say that they've done
Action.
bad, to be honest. Lunkus Lights that have surprised me, and I think every player on this roster stepped up. I think Sumi at Fruity Fresh has been a breath of fresh air in the league. And and Bartu and Fastlink has been the stable leaders, so obviously they aren't the ones making the flashy plays. And they're
Okay.
the ones that behind the scene
But-
lead the team.
But Built was actually able to get top priority there before Bart Holdy started the grub, so there was a window for Built to be able to potentially contest with Sedge. Sedge, though, seems content with just full clearing, right? Instead of contesting these grubs straight up. And with all of that jungle topside done, I think he might be fine to help Built with an escort on topside before going for the recall. Vi will fall further behind the economy despite
What
the
is
grubs
this?
as Alex just goes. I mean, he's fighting, you know? This is real league. Alright,
Oh, that is vicious League of Legends. Oh,
here we go.
surely not this time, right? Level 6, red
Yes,
carpet
oh.
laid down. Oh, they are winning this. Build though dies.
they?
Kituri can get both of them here. Elijah
Oh,
is out
04.
to safety, but
04.
Holdy. My fantasy
04?
boys, man.
04? 04.
Oh.
28 for 48. The last grubs will be taken, maybe, or they'll just be denied. They do need to contest the next full set. They do want to deny LLS getting 5 grubs straight up as Sumi kills Alex under his own tower. Okay, Alex got a bit hyphy there, I think. Still has ult up as well. Happens.
That happens. Alex is also on my fantasy team, by the way. Not a good day for me.
Wow.
Regardless though, Fruity Friction and Fastlick might be in for a world of hurt here. They are likely about to be dived. As Katurkan though instead focuses on the grub. Oh, they're going for Nata.
Yep.
No way they get him. He's also on my fantasy team. What is happening this game?
Do you just stop talking about your fantasy team? You're like cursing every player.
Cursing every player here. I'm never gonna mention it again.
Oh,
Elijah versus Bill.
I love
the
League of
1v1
Legends,
we've been
man.
waiting for. Elijah makes it out, and no one dies. Mid lane. You get a bit
you
nervous
go-
when Alex goes forward now because he's died twice to this.
Can you guys pick more drafts like this? Like, I miss it when people are just permanently fist fighting all over the map. I love it. We haven't even got to any 2v2, 3v3 group skirmishes yet. Like, I'm so happy about this one. Kurikan, giant spell, plus Ruby, plus boots. Looking pretty good so far as 1.4k gold lead. Wow!
Oh my god, that hook!
No!
Incredible, but Sumi still makes his way on fast like one of the same luxury though. Here comes Bad Holly. What is really happening here? Bato is there against the target. Not a 5th death already. Oh my god! You have to be kidding me. What am I watching? Alex goes underneath the turret. The sidestep! It's magnificent. It's beautiful.
He got
He
it.
gets them
He got
both. I can't believe it. This is League of Legends.
True samurai in the mid lane there. Alex going and capitalizing on the setup that both Kurikan and especially Alaric gave him. What is with Ruddy? And their supports becoming Nautilus Kings, by the way.
Oh my god.
Just Can had his
Kurikan
moments before.
Could be in trouble here.
Oh my
Elijah
God.
should
No,
claim
he's
the
dead.
kill. Yep.
700 gold bounty.
Elijah v all, buddy. It is all
Yeah.
on Elijah.
Remember, Kiturikan was the by far most fed member of Ruddy, those 5 kills, and Elijah able to pick up a huge bounty for that. That was basically 3 kills worth on that 1 kill, so shout outs to him. Gwen, being that big scaling menace for Light Side, he's 3-0 right now. Yes, Bill was able to get some really nice 1v2s where he's able to trade something, but Gwen looks to be a monster going later on. 1k gold lead on him versus the 2k gold lead in the jungle for Katuraken on a champion that's mostly about setting up his other laners to do well. They need to transfer this advantage on towards Nata or on towards Alex. Try to transfer it top side could just be transferring it to the exact place light side want you to fight.
Or Bill, yet again the target. Oh my god, but Holly is 0-5. Oh, Sumi is out. Okay. Every time I see opponents of the or 2 players not from the same team on my screen, it feels like they're about to die. Speaking of, no way. Yeah, that was no way there.
Next time it's going to be a bloodbath. Do you want me to tell you, or do you want to just be surprised?
Yeah, just tell me. Tell me in advance.
Well, I did tell you in advance.
You told me in advance, yes, but I did not expect it to live up to this level of flop. Like, half of this will still be a lot of kills. But this has been absurd.
Yeah.
Let's see, though. Still more of the
I love
game to
League.
be played, more kills to be secured as Drake next up on the menu, ready, getting the second of the game here. If there's Chemtech Drake that they will claim. In terms of grubs, 3 for light side, there will be more spawning in just a little while. As they won't be up for long though, before they will disappear.
Only 2 Drakes, only 11 minutes into it does not feel like an 11-minute long game. Holy god, it does not. Oh! We're not done. We're not done. Always trade. Always trade! Never give them any room! Yeah, go for it, Nata. Always poke. Always hit. Yes! Burn that bone plating. Probably the most useless rune.
Oh
yes!
my god! Solo Bolo in the top lane for Elijah! You beauty!
1.4k gold lead now on Elijah, 4-0. I think we know what light side are going to play around in the mid game, which, by the way, we still haven't arrived at.
Oh, Alex!
17 kills in. I love this game.
Fury Fresh goes forward here.
Oh
He
no,
looks for
he
Nata.
missed!
What's happening? No one dies.
Well, the
I
ultimate,
guess they're both
yeah.
out.
Yeah, the moment the Nautilus was on, we didn't want the risk continue to go in, and then Alaric might just stack an auto along with that. 1 E, and then the cooldown is left up back on the Q, and then with the slow, he's probably going
Oh,
to be able
Flash,
to
they
close it.
ward him, and they're gonna get Nata as
Auto.
well. The shielding is
Huh?
there. The damage should come through. One more auto will get it, but no, Alaric takes
Oh,
it up. And
Alaric,
he's
baby.
out. Anything left on the other side? No W snipe, no nothing. Nata survives.
Visual representation of what we were talking about there that Alaric could potentially do if that fight kept extending. Fruity Fresh win anyway. Very close to being
Sumi.
rewarded for it.
This is way too far forward. Good flash though.
He gets a
Got the
reset
jungler
on
here
Alex as
but
well.
it's
He
an
has
05
W.
jungler, so they just get out.
No 5, but you can still press R. I did say that that guy would have a high level of deaths. However, unfortunately... Actually, no. You know what? I was going to say, unfortunately, he hasn't been able to do anything with the skirmishes that he's been dying for. Tell a lie.
Oh!
Okay, no.
My god, Gedrugen! That flash!
Wait, is that Leandries?
Yep.
And Sedge? I guess.
You're 2.4k. Yeah, why not, buddy?
Because the enemy can one-shot you. Like, everywhere. Fair enough, I guess he's confident. It's probably going to work out. But I was going to say, but wholly not able to find something with those Fs. Actually, that top lane has pretty much blown wide open in favor of Lightside. And he has spent most of his time dying up there. So I do think overall they'll be happy they got a big objective they needed to get. Ruddy, most of their gold's still basically on Kiturikan, hasn't been successfully transferred to one of their other lanes yet, to one of the big carries they need to carry through the late game. So Lightside, despite being behind in gold, despite being behind in kills, despite being behind in Drakes, I think they feel their opportunities are still good.
Alex playing
But Holdy's here.
around here is Alaric comes in to assist. Fastback takes a bit of damage. But Holly's in the area. Good knock on Bartu. Oh, he's too far forward. Bartu's gonna die again, isn't he? They're all gonna die here. This could be horrible. Who's winning it though? Alex
Dead.
so low. Will he get taken down?
No!
He's not going down. Alaric claims the kill. Sumi's on his way though. More could happen here as Alex and Alaric are running for their lives.
The Narlon ways, but Alex was able to get a kill. 1k gold lead on him now versus his lane opponent, but still 1.5k gold lead from Elijah. This could be the battle later on. Yes, you have that massive lead on the Sedge, and yes, you have the Leandries on the Sedge, but she still needs one of these lanes to be doing well.
Sumi is safe. Jesus Christ.
What a game.
Yeah, this
What
is
a game!
None of this woke nonsense. Just good old players hitting each other and killing them.
Yeah. This is why the woke left will never win.
Crazy. Oh, Bartel, come on, buddy. Oh, God. Enchant.
Dude, okay, but even if they were winning, he'd be... I mean, they are in an even position. They are in a position where they can win the game.
Elijah
It's partly off his
is about to be soloed. Never
No.
mind. Add another one to the collection. 5-0 for Elijah.
And that is going to be Nash's on his next back. That is going to be that huge 2-item! Spike and God even favors Ludwig Lightside in this game. That is going to be a really big deal.
Yeah, God save the
That is
king,
gonna
and
be a
that is
really big
Elijah
deal.
this game, man. What a
Oh, he doesn't
performance
finish
so
it.
far.
Close. Yep, big performance there. But the difficult part comes next. Yes, it's a chaotic battlefield, but the battlefield is expanding. We are in the mid game. We're waiting for the purple worm to spawn. That'll be in 4 minutes
for
time.
Alaric here. Sumi's down. The damage should follow as well. Alaric set to go down. Refresh claims the kill. Can they get even more here? The reset's coming through. Kitrukan, the next target. 2 kills for Lightside as the game is tied up.
I don't know, is Fruity Fresh a happy name?
Oh,
You don't even know.
the Drake?
Okay.
No, sorry. I was too focused on what happened to the Drake guy.
You're focused on them hitting Drake. You haven't seen
Yeah,
that
I saw
situation
it.
600
Didn't you look at
times
the map?
before.
Alex, I mean,
Yeah.
had a real chance of stealing it. I wouldn't put it beyond them to steal that.
Okay.
Go on then.
I shall not comment. I mean, the big thing happening is that they are fixing mid and top. Right, that's the big thing. They're trading that Drake full map tempo. That mid tower being down will matter for the kinds of groupings that you can do, kind of groupings that you can't do. But let's be real, they're just going to fist fight permanently, non-stop, over and over again. They don't care if you can match them. They want you to match them. And who am I even talking about with the they? Who is they? You know who the they are. They is everybody here. Everyone in this game wants a fight. Everybody in this game benefits from winning those fights. None of them really benefit from that super scaling except for Elijah, who is now ahead, which means Elijah wants to fight because he knows he wins any around him. So that one aspect that could be karma for Lightside, it's going to be accelerated now. It's going to want to join in on the hustle. 2 minutes until Purple Worm spawns. 2 minutes until late game. The mid game right now, map-wide, appears to be a victory to Ruddy. Lightside are glad to have denied that soul point early, though. Stifle a bit of the snowball that Ruddy is attempting.
Yeah, very much feels like it is all on that Baron that was built. Is in trouble yet
my
again.
God.
Elijah doesn't connect with the needlework, though. Herald now summoned for Ruddy.
Massive
Couple
tempo.
turrets down here on the
Wow.
bot side. Sumi trading aggressively with Alex as they're able to stop the Herald from really getting anything done.
Yeah, but I mean, half HP down on that tower on bot side. That is a massive tempo play that light side have to group and respond to. They can't just enable Elijah on top side here. Elijah's barely hitting tier 1 right now, whereas tier 2's already been done. Ruddy can do whatever they want on the map at this point. If they were able to get more with that Herald on bot, they would have opened up a very dangerous map state on the Baron. So good on light side to do that grouping to abandon Elijah there, but you don't want to be abandoning your 2.3k gold ahead Gwen, do you? You don't really want to be doing that, especially on this 2-item spike.
Fato spots Kitruken. Can they get the CC chain down? Pretty tanky. This Sejuani. Flash away for now. Flash forward from Fruitfish. What are you doing? Oh my god, what am I watching? Aspartus is the next target alongside Fast, like a triple kill for Nata.
Yep, and Trist isn't even out on the map yet. That is what happens when you have a big map lead like this. Gwen is just going to keep trying to go forward. And Sumi, he's like, I need to find something here for my team. I need to be able to deny something from Ruddy. They can't just run up mid lane for free. He's going to find Bill. Dead?
Is he though? He is.
Nice. Did he have ward? No, it would have been really
he
funny if he
just
had
flashed
ward.
over.
Yeah, it would have been really funny if he had ward, but flashed anyway.
Elijah. And this lead has really gone into Ruddy after that though.
Here we go.
Like a big play for them.
Yeah, but Gwen was able to push out bot all the way towards midsection, and Twist is now on a very even footing with that Yone, in the bot lane. They do get tier 2 mid tower down, which means that even if you're able to get tier 3 on top side, or tier 2 on top side, tier 2 on bot side, you're not going to be able to threaten tier 3 at any time soon. What Lightside need to do is transfer this into that mid tower being down. If they can get a push out like that again, and then transfer the Gwen or transfer the Tristana on towards midsection, preferably to Tristana, they should be able to get that mid tower out while Ruddy are responding to the waves all across the map, or Ruddy responding kind of mid and drop XP everywhere else on the map, and you gradually get a lead to bigger spikes for that next Drake, for that next Baron. These are the options on the table. These are the options on the map. At no point in these options are we asking either of the teams to calm down, chillax. This is not a chill game. This is not a calm game. The woke left is not in control anymore. We're going all in all the time. We're going to make the NLC great again.
Baron already started up here. As soon as it spawns, they want to take it down. 6k and dropping so quickly.
Here we go!
Can Bato get in? He isn't even there yet. Flash available.
Fight!
It's a 50-50. Who gets it? I don't believe it. Kitrugan secures it, but at the moment it's Lightside winning the fight. They found 2. But they can't stop more Barons. The resets are coming through. Nats are now stepping up, feeling confident. And
Lightside, they win the fight. They also get the crash on tier 2 on bot and the crash on almost the crash on tier 2 on top. But they're not going to be able to play immediately off of that with a Baron advantage, because the Baron does go to the side of Ruddy. Ruddy are the ones that are going to have that big minion booster coming into the next phase. For another big fight, none of these neutrals are going to be uneventful. None of these side plays are going to be uneventful. Nothing in this game is going to go without a fight for it from the other side. No team willing to give up ground, and they can't really afford to. If they're in range to contest, to be in a staring contest, they're in range to do and take damage. That is the nature of both of these compositions. Both have answers. Like so, they're going to go straight for Drake. Immediately, Yone is going to go aggressive on the tier 2 on top side there. Ruddy trading this Drake for control of the map once again. And it looks like they don't want to allow this mid push. Yeah,
ways
for
away
sure.
for Lightside on that soul point. Soul even as well. 2 Drakes still. They've got the Baron, they've got the time to just push. One's already taking him to the top side. Now sieging. Looking to break open the base here. As I said, this mini wave will be cleared out though. Good wave clear here from Locust Lightside as Alex pushing in the way over the top side, but won't be able to take down the turret just yet. But they're chipping away. at the turret HP bars and slowly but surely making their way towards the goal. Elijah on the bot side as well.
Yeah, Elijah
He's
able
a
to
turret as
take
well. The fight
tier
though, blown
Yeah.
up. Sumi dealing some damage in return though. Not stepping up, looking for the Qs, but can't quite connect them.
Yep. Ruddy want to take Fruity Fresh out the fight, Sumi out the fight before Gwen is able to group with them because Yone, he's going to be busy fixing bot side. Ruddy would love to be able to play with Yone's bot side push, so in that window there was a vulnerability. If Gwen was able to group up with the team first and they were able to make a play on Ruddy before Yone could join, Yone would have to burn TP for it, and they wouldn't be able to play with a 3-lane map. They want to be able to play with at least a constrained 2-lane so that they can take out that tier 2 turret on the bottom side. It's not going to be available for them right now, though.
Ready, continuing to push. They are certainly in control of the map, despite the goalie still being within 5k. It is all them when it comes to pushing. Unless Elijah gets something done on the side, this is how the game will go. Hook connects, damage comes through. It is fast like being burnt to a crisp here by Kitrukin and the rest of Ruddy. Base almost broken open. Look at the HP on the mid lane turret. As Longest Lights are now having to defend with 4 members. Alex flies wide. He has to go back with the soul unbound, but taken quite low. And that could put a dampener on this Ruddy push as the Baron times out as well.
Should be a simple case now. No Drake up for 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Pick your 2 lanes where you think you have advantages and play to them. You can play 2 lane now. Lightside have no pressure anyway. If Lightside want to prevent Buddy doing that, there's one word. It begins with F. It ends with T. And it has 5 letters probably in it. I didn't really do a quick count. But that's the way to go. The word was fight, by the way. I don't know if that was clear.
Yeah. And that's the
Yeah.
thing, right? It's a buzzword. Oh, so many fights, and it's just at this point, it's just everything that I expect from the game. It's just fights constantly. 3 items spikes though are being hit in particular for Ruddy. Both of their carries in Alex and Nata have picked up that 3rd item power spike. For the side though of Light Side, it is Elijah and Free Refresh at that point, while Sumi still got a few hundred gold to go before he makes it there. Okay, so next crucial objectives, 2 minutes time. So until then, maybe the fighting slows down a little bit. But it is Ruddy who will look to gain control of the map, but Light Side making a counter punch, or at the very least trying to make a play down towards the bot side here with playing around Elijah, and he's still 5-0 scoreline.
I want to talk, but I'm very sure a fight's about to completely break out on your screen here.
Simply just waiting.
Big staring contest. There's no Drake. But there will be a Drake after the next wave. This next wave is the last little bit of freedom both sides are going to have, and then they're locked in for what could potentially be the final fight of the game. He wants it now.
Oh my god! Sumi, though. They've got Sumi! Flash away.
They don't!
Able to stay alive.
Oh!
Healing good damage. The engage from Fastlane is phenomenal. Simply put, it is phenomenal. As now Light Side will move forward. Alex, the next target, Nada, trying to cut it out and play out the fight in their favor, but Elijah can't be taken down. They can't be stopped. It is Light Side who win the fight. Sumi TPing back in. Nata makes it out. Sadly, no Baron or Drake, but Light Side though, massive victory there.
Lightside a huge win. They're gonna equalize this mid tower issue that's been preventing them from pushing in towards tier 3. They had to sacrifice so much to give Gwen the ability to push to tier 2 on bot side to take that. Now it's a very open map. Now they could very easily set up for that tier 2 on top side, but a lot of it's gonna come down to this Baron, which means they're gonna come down to what? Another what do you think, Duckling?
Another fight.
True! God, I love League!
Fight. League of Legends, baby. Fights all the time, every minute. The NLC, we are certainly not a boring league. That's all I'll say. As the Baron instantly started up. What will Lightside do about this? They still have some cooldowns on their important timers, but same goes for Ruddy. In about 10 seconds, all of those tools will be back up though. But the Baron is just gone. Underneath their noses.
They value that soul point more. They think if Ruddy pushes into them, they can just win another fight through sheer brute force. They do have Powerpuff Girl setups here. No Lulu, unfortunately, and no Ari, but the Gwen, the Vi, and the Zeri do have a very potent combo here. If Elijah's able to find not even a secondary angle, they can all be very good in the front to back. The issue is Alaric versus Fruity Fresh, right? That ultimate for Fruity Fresh is going to be a huge control factor, will essentially eliminate him from the fight. But if you're able to block that via the Gwen, via the Rel, one of these guys tanking it, maybe even Sumi in the last fight, if Alaric is too big on the trigger finger there, you could easily find a good re-engage angle as Lightside. We've been in this situation before. I think I've seen this exact thing. Now Ruddy have a Baron. Let's see what Lightside do. Oh!
They found Bill. 3 men actually. Alaric is in there as well. The red carpet is let down. Look at the counter damage now. But Elijah, though, still cutting through, staying strong. Alex not in the fight. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Lightside. In goes Bad Holdy. And down he goes as well, though. Alex looking for more. It's now a 3v3. The carries remain. That's this game. Not over yet.
2 for 2 bits of Baron, 2 for 2. While the other guys with the advantage, and Lightside is still able to find something with it in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. That could be a potential Ocean Soul on the side of Lightside. They could split the map then. They've synchronized the objective spawns by trading the Drake for the Baron. They're really relying on their ability to be able to take Ruddy here. This is a very tense situation. You don't have the ultimates up on Lightside that will enable them to just move in right now, be able to take this fight. Katurkan, though, he doesn't have the ability to do anything but flash. So he doesn't have that ultimate engage, but he does still have an ability to engage. You don't even get the inhibitor here with this one. This feels very close to last game, but with about 5 times more kills at this point.
Take a deep breath, man. What are we witnessing here? It is certainly chaos that's unfolding in front of our eyes. 3 minutes until I know for sure Lightside want to fight because they want to get that soul. A 4 Drake Oceans or 4 Ocean Drake soul would be coming through if that is the case. Item spikes are being hit. Elijah close to getting the Rabadon's death cap as well. He is 4,000 gold ahead of Fail. Unbelievable.
Truly. And we have Vi charging up, looking for a pick. We have Trist looking for a pick. We have Zeri. They're all happy to wave clear for now. No neutral objectives up for a lot more waves. It's going to be in 2 waves time that both sides will be trying to burn those critical... Actually, 1 wave time that both sides will try to burn critical corners. But let's be real, they're not going to wait for that. If they think they haven't engaged, they will take it now. Look, if they end the damage, do damage to them. The other side is also in the damage, in the range to do damage to you. There is no such thing as a safe staring contest. It doesn't exist. Both sides, they feel the pressure. Katurkan burns ultimate. Lightside can now think they have an advantage, so Ruddy, they back off. They don't want to get a protracted siege situation in without ultimate up on Katurkan. That would have been a really good angle to burn some ultimates, but the flashes aren't actually out yet on Sumi and Fruity Fresh. They will be out for the Drake contest. Remember, this is a soul, an ocean soul as well. And even with stuff like Yone, you don't have significant levels of burst on Ruddy. This could be a really big deal for Lightside. They're able to take it.
Yeah, the game really up in the air. It's anyone's game at this point, as you could say. The nerves here, the tension, 1 minute and 15 seconds. Resets now coming through as well. The next minute likely to be spent on control in the area. Let's take a look at what items back will be hit. 4 items for Elijah, but only 2.5 for build. But look at the carries though, Alex and Nata. Both sitting at 4 items. The potion has been bought from Nata as well. He knows exactly how much this fight will mean for the outcome of the game.
This is a tense moment. 1 wave until Drake is up.
Oh,
Alex.
Elijah, the reactions as Alex looks for the pick. Both of them used ultimate though, and I do believe that's it in this trade.
Yeah, no ult for that Drake. Lightside, they could theoretically opt into ignoring this trade because it's not going to be a soul for Ruddy, but they would have definitely have liked to have Elijah's ultimate up for it and be able to just play extremely hard. Now Elijah, no longer with the ultimate, does get a really good item on the back. He has Zhonya's, he has Rabadon's. That is a very high damage. very high damage Gwen now, but with no ult up yet, they're going to have to extend this play for longer. Drake's up in 2 seconds, but Elijah has a third of his cooldown left, right? Need to extend at least past this wave. Katurikan, if you can find an ultimate now, that is the best time. 3 seconds for Alex to have his ultimate yet. Ruddy, they have everything up. If they can get the catch now, they will win the fight. But they has to be now, because in 5 seconds, Elijah's ultimate is up as well. Drake going down.
They're not
Look
fighting
at
it, they're pushing the mid lane
They're
instead.
not, yeah, I don't think they're giving it
don't
up.
have the
They are
wave.
pushing extremely hard. They're waiting for the wave. They're leading in towards Baron. The Baron is coming up next. Ruddy, they don't have Soul. They only denied Soul from light side. Look at the items, look at the damage. Elijah on the flank!
Oh my god!
Elijah on the flank!
He found them all! Elijah coming in for us
He's
on
on
the flank
Nata!
though! But
He's
they've
on
turned it
Nata!
around! Elijah has to
Johnny
go
is-
golden!
he's
They're winning
dead.
the fight! It is all Ruddy! They've removed everyone! How do you get 5 but lose it all? Ruddy though stands strong! Push towards the Nexus and they'll single-handedly sit atop the NLC throne!
Buddy, what a game. What a destructive game. You knew it would be a bloodbath going in, but what a bloodbath. More than a kill a minute consistently at every single point. In early game they were fighting, in mid game they were fighting, in late game they were fighting. Light side, they did not go down without one, but unfortunately, the war of attrition has been won by Ruddy. My god. Not since the Somme have I seen such death.
I'm shocked. I thought, I saw the engage, I thought for sure that was it.
No, I thought as well with Gwen coming around, but no. Alex just too good. Alex right there at the end there with his Yone play was able to do so much for the team. I wish you had a replay of that final fight as well, but wow. Very dramatic
game, though.
finish to a very dramatic game.
What a game.
Yes. What a game.
That was a banger. This day of NLC continuing to deliver and to break down how much banger content we've had. The desk will take over right after this break.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what we never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
Ruddy gets himself isolated. You were close to the camera, Magical. Ooh, that was a close one. It seems like Ruddy are now isolated in first place after their victory versus LLS. We have a lot to discuss about this one because it was a little bit back and forth. But where did it start? Are you trying to make me lose in your eyes?
Yes.
Kind of worked. So where did it start? Well, where did it start? Like, how did Ruddy win this? I'm trying to communicate.
No. That was my analysis. Was guess.
See, I just thought it might have been going places, but at the end of the day, what we saw from this game was Ruddy showing kind of a typical Ruddy performance, right? And I think this is what we need to see evolution from the team in order for them to actually be seen as, look, this is a team we're confident in sending to EU Masters or EMEA Masters, it's now called. Sorry, to on that front. They kind of have an identity. It goes in the right direction most of the time, but there are far too many moments where it falls apart. And although this is a win for them, I don't think it's a win that they can be particularly happy with. I think at this stage of the season, you'd be hoping to see a lot more from them in terms of output, and really we're looking over the next few weeks for them to show that.
Well, I kind of feel like this game is one of those ones where it's hard to really quantify it, right? Because how much of it is Ruddy not playing well, and how much of it is just them having fun, right? It very much more seemed like they were limit testing many stages of the game. And they still find the win. They're still #1 now after that one. They are now uncontested at the top of the standings here in NLC. So it's like, it does have that, but it also kind of felt like they were just playing with their food. That they weren't really taking the game too seriously because they felt that they were going to win regardless. And guess what? They won regardless.
The Sejuani had such a pivotal job in this game. Yeah, it was amazing. But also we have to give some highlights to Elijah. He was absurd with the Gwen on the top side. Todok, you told us like Gwen could be the pick, and he made it through, but it was just not enough. Where do you believe LLS kind of missed the target in order to take this game versus Ruddy?
Yeah, I think this is a game they could have won based on the fact that the top laner did such a good job in early game. The fact that Alex was having another dodgy game. My focus would be that, look, there was an opportunity here if you were the light side coach and the light side team, and I think they would have felt that too. This could have been a win that would have really propelled us into that playoff spot where I think they've still got their sights on. And taking this, not managing to take a win under these circumstances, I mean, granted, I wouldn't say they were ever at like a huge advantage during this game. Kitteroken started off very, very well with sort of those jungle invades and things like that. But based on how things unfolded, as light side, I think you'd be a little bit disappointed you didn't manage to win here. And without a doubt would see it as an opportunity missed.
Stand Ruddy now looking into their first place and now looking down at everyone else, at least for today. Tomorrow might be a different day, but to look into the last game, it's going to be Natives versus Verdant. Now, we talked a lot at the beginning of the show about a specific team, which has an amazing AD carry, but then we need to look into the other team.
I mean, like you're saying, we kind of focus on Verdant a lot, and I feel like it's still going to be kind of that idea, is we will be focusing on them still, mostly because they will make the game last a long time. They'll make the game go a lot longer than a lot of teams are kind of ready for, and I think for Natives, they have to, when they go to the draft, either they have to just be like, fine, we know you're going to scale up later into the game, we're drafting for early game to win within 20 some odd minutes. But they also then maybe want to kind of look at that and be like, well, if that doesn't work out, they're just going to scale it and beat us in that regards too. So for Natives, a team that is towards the bottom of the standings, this is kind of that important factor of how can they look towards the rest of the season, since we are now past the halfway point in the NLC. We are at this point that every win matters if you want to get to playoffs. Only 4 teams will get it out of the 8, and Natives, having only gotten 2 wins so far, they need to start getting every single win from here on out.
So with this in mind, it means that if they miss, they're kind of putting themselves out of that spot for contention for the playoffs. On the other side, though, it's 4-4. So if they get a win, it's almost like they're looking into playoffs. One of the teams we're talking that could make the top tier but are still quite not there. Looking into the champion select, we start up with the Skarner, the usual. We might get to see the other ones like Ivern. The Dopamine has been a beast with it. This is another one that we need to highlight. Although we played twice with a Kindred, this is another champion we should be on the lookout for. But Rumble being removed from this one that it wasn't in a previous game.
Yeah, and as you guys were saying, this game is a big match for both these sides because it's essentially, I mean, in football it'd be called a 6-pointer. You know, like this, you kind of need a win on both sides. You know, to a huge degree. Verdant, this puts them a step into playoffs. For Natives, well, Verdant are actually one of the closest teams to them in the standings that they need to leapfrog in order to make it to playoffs. And really, you don't get another chance at this because, you know, you don't see this team again anymore, right? So you have to get it right now. And even though we said, look, you know, Nord DMG, this is probably like the most hype game of the day, and boy did it deliver, this is probably actually the most important and impactful game of the day. So, I mean, I think both teams coming in with very good prep. Kindred and Ivern being taken away from Dopamine makes perfect sense from Natives, but we might see it again. We might see it again.
Yes.
Will it be the Zyra?
Yes.
Getting some light. I know you guys are happy with this. Dopamine bringing it up. I don't think this is a flex. This should be for the jungle.
Oh, yeah. Oh, 100%. It's not really being a flex just with how good she has been in the jungle. Zyra for Dopamine, it's going to be great. But I was giving some faces because I'm looking at this draft. Skarner, Rumble, Band, blue side. Just kind of a little unusual here from Verdant. Maybe just kind of showing that they really wanted to make sure they get that Zyra. They would get something that is going to be pretty powerful. Tristana is still open if they want to get that for Harbo in the mid lane. I think that is a good answer, especially with Corki being locked in. It could still be a flex for Corki, going either for Painful or for Space. And then I believe last time Painful did play Zed up against Harbo. So there is that possibility if the Tristana gets locked in here. I'm really curious to see how Natives want to really answer this draft and what they want to do, because while Harbo could play something interesting, while we got Dopamine on to the Zyra, X-Drop has been the big factor, right? Big factor on how they can scale up into the game, how they can be that impactful AD carry, but they are playing Lucian with Leona. They are looking to dominate the bot lane.
Well, this Lucian, I think, is actually more likely to be mid. Yeah, I think it's more likely to be mid. Of course, there is flex potential here, but I would say Lucian mid is the most likely scenario here. What I would say, though, is actually Natives draft is pretty good. And what I mean by that is Volibear as an answer to Zyra in a vacuum is pretty darn solid. You've got the Q, which resets itself if you get CC'd. The CC from Zyra doesn't last particularly long on the E, and you can also actually jump through her crowd control because your ult's unstoppable, right? So there's a lot of space actually for Natives in this game, where if Volibear gets ahead, he can get onto Zyra and actually face check her and play onto her, which not many other junglers can do. We've not seen the Volibear answer yet. It's a good one. I'm really curious to see, okay, do they pilot this to the finest extent? Because I think actually out of this first three, Natives might have come out on top in terms of how their composition is looking to build. Verdant, I think, need to do some reshaping work on 4-5 to actually have something they can utilize to win this game.
Yeah, right of the dashes, so they need to remove that one. Might bring another one for the X-Drop. X-Drop should go into that AD carry position, like the AD carry champion pool. He played the Nasus, but let's not talk about that one. We need him, or at least Verdant needs him on the AD part of the map. You can bring the Lucian, into the mid lane, or even X-Drop. I know he likes to play face-to-face, but it's kind of dangerous now. Even though you have a Leona, and that's a killer lane, it's still really dangerous.
I mean, I feel like the solution has a three-way flex still. Xion could still play in top lane, really dependent on what Natives play. It probably is looking more likely, at least currently, for Harbo. I think it will depend on what gets locked in here for Space, because they have the Corki. Tristana still available. That could be something that you want to flex around, and that would also be really interesting from Verdant if they want to grab the Tristana themselves, because that can go bot lane too for X-Drop. It can go mid lane. There are a lot of different options they have for themselves, especially because they already have themselves Zyra. And now that Ashe has been locked in for Space, that has got to be Harbo onto Lucian. You don't want Lucian going up against the Ashe. You can get poked out a little bit too easily. You need something that can clear out waves pretty effectively as well. Make sure that you're fighting over that level 2 spike in the bot lane against Ashe.
Yeah, and once again, from natives, they're picking champions that layer with the theme of what they want to do. Ashe is actually another champion that's very good versus Zyra, especially if they go the lethality variant. I don't know if they would do, but I'm pretty sure that's still viable, because you play outside of Zyra's effective range. You can also check the bushes that she's hiding in with E and ult. Zyra naturally can't run cleanse or anything like that, so she's really easy to pick when she takes up forward positions. I actually really like natives draft so far. You wouldn't maybe see, like face value, this is countering what Verdant want to do, but actually they've put together something quite clever if they're able to do it correctly, and so far they're taking all the right steps that we'd want to see. So the Cassante pick is very good for Verdant, it makes perfect sense. However, I think natives are actually coming out on top in this draft so far.
Interesting. Comes in the 19 KDA Ezreal for the X drop. It seems like that is going to be the pick. That's a bait. He's just baiting you, Magical.
Come on. I don't care.
He's baiting you.
I wanted to get my hopes up. I just wanted to. I really was hoping that we get something spicy, because I think Torque is really right with this draft. And looking at natives, they have a lot of really good elements, like across the board, and pretty much anything that they picked in the top lane would still be fine. They could play the Kled, they could play the Mundo. It all still would fit in, because the rest of the composition works so well as a unit, and now having something like Gwen that can really threaten Cassante in a side lane, that once you get level 9 up against Cassante, you have great dueling potential, you have great ways to make sure that Shihan's going to struggle into that lane, and it will really be on Verdant on how they want to play around the Zyra to try to gain control early into the game up against Volibear, because Volibear is something that will look for these early ganks. He's not going to clear nearly as quickly as Zyra, but that's okay. You're not really caring about that anyways, as long as you can get a play working topside, maybe even look towards the bot lane, put this Ezreal behind that had been absolutely fantastic last week. We were talking about that between the break, where it was the 19 KDA Ezreal that was able to 1v5 stop Baron to allow Verdant to pick up that win. It could do so again here, but I think the Volibear is a great way to attack that bot lane, to never let X-Drop get that kind of a lead.
Yeah, I like that idea. Just go for the piece of the puzzle that is giving a lot of issues to the other teams. We're talking about these two teams that need this victory, and after the champion select, I need those predictions. Todok and Magical, where do you land on this one? This is the last match of the day. This could be the spiciest one as well.
As far as I'm concerned, natives, they did a really interesting draft. I think they got everything right, and even though they're not the favorites coming in, I will give them the nod to win.
Natives for Todok, Magical.
I'm going to have to stick with Verdant, only because while I do like how natives have drafted for themselves, it is still really difficult, even when you have good counters to deal with Zyra. There's a reason why I've been just saying, pick this champion, because even with good counters in place, good ways to attack her, it doesn't matter. That is how strong this pick is, so I'm still going to give it to Verdant.
The desk is tied, but the last game is going to be tossed into the castles. It's going to be Duckling and Veteran to take it away to the Summoners Rift.
Thank you very much, Ashram, and onto the Rift we will go shortly for the final game here of this game day in the NLC. So far we've had a couple bloodbath bangs. What about this one, Veteran? Are you expecting the keyword fights?
On this one, on 6, definitely on the bot lane, I'm expecting him to go ham. But for the first 8 minutes, this will be a much calmer game than it was before. I will say, though, whereas I do agree that natives were able to win that draft, that was a good Singe hover. I think that was a good Singe game, to be honest. And I think if they slammed that in, they would actually be in a fairly strong advantage at all stages. But 'twas not to be. 'Twas not to be. But this shouldn't be as bloodbathy as the last game by any stretch. But the mid game will be interesting. I think the initial contests around like second grubs and Herald, those are also going to be really, really spicy contests. But we'll see how we go. Gwen's in the game, so anything can happen. A long game's going to be a Gwen advantage game, but last time around they weren't quite able to close with that fed Gwen, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. Elijah wasn't able to close it out, as Elijah did lose that game, though this time Verdant up against natives. Verdant, who has started to turn their fortunes around after a good week just last week. They have put themselves in the playoff race, but they do need to get those wins on the board, because the playoff race is tightening. Only 4 teams will make it through, and remember, top 4 is EMEA Masters. Obviously, we only have 2 spots into the main event, and the last chance qualifier. It's extremely competitive, but top 4 is still EMEA Masters.
Oh, natives, they actually do want to start things off early. Kalmsky drop on the Ezreal and on the Leona. This is also part of what would have made Singe really good later on, because I do worry about their ability to control the Ezreal. I do worry about the vulnerabilities of the Ashen towards the Leona later on. I feel like I've even seen that before. I think it actually was natives. Wait, I think they had core kids. Am I having deja vu? Wait, I swear I've seen this exact scenario with the same vulnerabilities, and Verdant ended up winning because of it, and natives in an interview were like, well, we just picked really comfortable champions for ourselves. I swear it was even this matchup. Wait, this is... Okay, never mind. I'm having an existential crisis here. Please take over.
Yeah, I will take over as this invade comes through. Hybrid looking to get these Raptors away. I will still say I do still hit the Cyber, but I do see the strength in it. It looks very strong at the moment, and Dopamine, despite losing the first camp, will look to make that happen yet again. Hybrid though, trying to deny as much as possible here on the Volleyball, who's also found a bit of a way back to the meta. Not top by any means, but certainly playable at the moment.
Certainly so. I do think like top lane is probably more viable than jungle, but I also think Corki should be a top laner, and no one will listen to me. So, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Bot lane, yeah, again, we're not seeing like the full fist fighting happening. Bal pretty much just has to match Kalmsky, make sure Kalmsky doesn't get too big of an advantage.
Oh, level 2!
Wow,
Kalmsky
hunts him.
underneath the turret, forces the flash.
I respect it.
That hurt.
Yeah, I respect it. That's a good way. Didn't expect Kalmsky to go straight in for that, but he did. Bal was ready for it, though. Bal's like, yeah, I'll take that trade. Kalmsky, though, he's going to be able to get this wave in with that, so the not having flash up thing's not going to matter for a while. Wave will be coming back. There's a large amount there for this flash to start coming back up, so they're not going to be that bothered. They're not going to be that bothered by how this early has gone.
Yeah, still much to play in the game, for only just a few minutes has passed. As painful, trying to survive this thing, because you obviously Harpo applying the pressure, trying to utilize the power that the Luke had early on.
I'm desperately trying to find this game. I swear to God, I've seen this exact situation.
If
I am
you find it,
desperately...
let me know, as Dopamine is trying to find a gate here. Painful. Could be in a bit of trouble, but Valkyrie just out to safety. That is a lot of mana though, and now will likely reach more shortly.
Yeah. Fialoris able to get the kind of the bounce on top. Now no longer really. Does need to get the push in. Natives on that bounce back. Ezreal's gotten his tier, so no additional combat stats, but vulnerability on space.
Space rooted up, has the flash available. Another good knockback though, forcing the flash. I mean honestly, I think you take that, right? Forcing a sum is pretty nice in that situation.
Yep. These two do want to go back, though, and if they go back here, there is a possibility of denial. Or Ezreal could just slow push this big time towards Creek, and Leona could get out on the map earlier. Hybrid going topside looking for Cancel, just get some vision down. He sees the respawn coming up from Zyra there. Zyra not really going to lose anything showing on the bot side. Lose her can become a big deal, especially against an Alistair, especially against the Volley Bear. No longer that safety.
The pullback? Oh, the flash away. Oh, the other is this top lane is balancing on a knife edge, and Hybrid could be here to make a tip to Native's favor.
And it's happening because that Volley Bear did decide to stay for the Gromp respawn, right? So Fialoris is like, I have jungle advantage topside, I'm going to put as much pressure as I can here.
Dopamine is on his way.
Zyra's coming in as well.
Hybrid. The play has to happen
coming
now, it won't happen at all. The first blood comes through, just as they would have wished. Massive wave here being denied, and the scolding could
3 seconds.
For Fialoris.
Yep, TP coming out, so they're not going to extend for the tower. Zyra, though, doesn't want to let him go. Doesn't want to let him go that easily. He wants to try and get somewhere else, try to delay some of the recalls. She knows she has an advantage on the map against this Volley Bear, because Volley Bear's pressing B, then has to walk out on the map. You get a free play, essentially, so painful. Not able to go all in on Harbo. Harbo could theoretically play extremely aggressive here. Zyra sees the Raptors camp. Also playing with this knowledge that Volley Bear can't possibly be here. Threatens. But will back off. Painful's not being in. Nor can he, realistically, in this situation. Zyra takes the whole of Volley Bear's top side. There is a ward in the bottom side of the map, so Volley knows Zyra's not on transfer Krugs. But that's all he knows. Will Zyra be taking this Raptors, it does look like she will Harbo playing heavily towards topside.
Harbo back in the roster doing very well so far here as this Drake will be taken by native Void Grub spawning on the top side. They look to be taken down by Dopamine. And I saw this right on social media when I first saw Syra Jungle. I don't know what competitive game it was. There was some competitive league where there was a Syra who just at the 20-minute mark sat ready at the Baron and pretty much just killed it in 15 seconds alone. Is that true? Like, can that happen, Metro?
Yeah, I mean, Zyra, whenever she is viable in the jungle, is almost purely viable because of her wave clear. Other aspects need to occur for her to become truly viable, which is those skirmishing bits, but yes, she can pretty much delete any objective in an insane amount of time. Morgana's the same, by the way. Morgana is always a perpetually underrated jungler that has very, very similar reasons. The thing that obviously brought these guys back is the Blackfire Torch option. So if you don't think that early game is going to be very aggressive and skirmish heavy, you can go straight into Blackfire Torch already. Otherwise, you can stack it with Leandries. So a lot of these items were getting re-examined, and a lot of the jungle ended up pivoting around that.
Yeah, just dead here, no?
Almost. Actually tanks all of those needles on the last bit, but he doesn't have teleport. So if Theoloris goes for a 1-for-1 here, even without the TP advantage, it would be completely worth. Dopamine. Dopamine? Dopamine W? Dopamine? Looking to defend.
Theoloris will likely try and look for this. I feel like he's gonna look for something here. Oh, that's a good pullback. CC's there, surely the kill. Theoloris though, trying to turn it around. Will he win this 1v2?
Yes!
He finds one. Can he find the other?
Oh my god, he has conk. He has conk. He has conk.
Oh my god, there's no way Theoloris. Can he get back? No, Dopamine wins it in the end. It's a 1-for-1 though, and Native's very happy with that outcome.
Yeah, he got the Conqueror proc, but the wave may not be that good for him. Theoloris, I think, may actually have to burn that TP. Still gets denial over Sheehan though, even with that state. Once you have that Conqueror, going straight in for the 1v2 will always look really close. That tower wasn't there, that Zyra was 100% dead. Do you like plants?
Yes.
You hate Zyra.
I mean, I don't have many plants at home, and that because I live in a basement at the moment, so plants don't really thrive here. But when I get my own apartment, I'll have a few plants that I'll take care of. It's kind of a test, if I'm a good adult.
With a beard like that, I believe in you.
Thank you, Richard. I do believe in myself as well.
Match from both junglers. So Volley on bot, Zyra also on bot. Two choices: pivot in towards straight bot side play, or move towards top side immediately. Volley Bear, if he does one top side, he should be able to be top for that escort for Theoloris. Looks like Zyra is going to desync them, so Zyra moving towards bot to escort the bot side out. Cassante technically safe here. Sheehan needs to make sure Theoloris doesn't get another trade, because every time we go topside, it feels like Theoloris has found another trade to play on the next wave to potentially dive.
Yeah, Natives though performing pretty well. They had a rough start to the split, and now they're doing okay. Harbo though very, very aggressive trade, and they could him in the bomb as hybrid. Pays a visit, but doesn't kill. Flash is 4. Magic Painful will have for 5 minutes now. Oh, Kolmsky.
Yeah, leaning very hard top.
Will likely have to flash this as well in the end.
Nope.
Able to make it out.
Good fundamentals, just lean top. GG. What can they do? Volley Bear does get the escort. Wait, he tried to re-enter? What are you doing?
Trouble and will go down. Kolmsky.
What is he doing? Yeah, he tried to re-enter through the lane. He could have just gone all the way around. He had time to go all the way around as the wave was moving back in. That was very interesting and very painful.
Yeah, very painful.
Please laugh.
Our comedian with me on the desk, on the casting desk. Woohoo! Yahoo! So fun. And was that enough, or was it too much? Bowl looking for this top side gank potentially. Dopamine is in the area though and spotted, so they back off. Instead, they turn their attention to the void drops. 3 had already been claimed from Verdant, so denying this will stop any void drops from spawning later on in the game.
This is where saving the flash is a good idea for Painful, because this second herald, this can't, sorry, second, first Second grubs can absolutely be contested by both sides right now, but because of that flash being up on Corki and no flash being up on Karmsky, it's actually very difficult, especially with no ultimate, to be able to immediate contest this. So, potential flashpoint, but somewhat avoided. 20 seconds to Drake. Karmsky will have the ultimate up for that one. So too will Lucian. A very big combo if they want to find something. But unfortunately, every flash is up for natives.
Dopamine looking for space here. Space has both summons, but very little HP to work with. So a few more autos should do it. Dopamine picks it up. The turret does a good amount of damage. Now needs to get out because Hybrid is on his way. Same goes a Painful. And Ball will look to keep
Here we go.
Here. Good flash to try and buy some space, but the CC chain is there. The shutdown has now been collected as well. In the extended fight, Harbour will join as well. Bowl now the target, but the Unbreakable will strong enough, and it's a 1-for-1 in the end.
Yep, the game breaking open a bit now. Kills at least opening up, but this should be... Actually, the Drake itself is somewhat neutralized by a lot of how these players are going. They're getting the crash in on bot side. It does look like, yes, natives will be claiming this Drake for themselves. That was their window. They've burned Space's flash. Space going to be very vulnerable to the next Karmsky ultimate.
Shion is at this moment very much just surviving the laning days. He's really having a rough time up against the other is. We're seeing yet another good Gwen here. This could be good though.
Ult.
Pull back as well, but the needlework is coming through from Theolorus, and he's gonna do it yet again. Is he not? No, 1 HP.
Misses.
But they don't have the damage to take him down. There are no plans. Theolorus now looking for Dopamine. Will he get him? The autos! Oh my god,
Wow.
no way! Harbour
They have
plays
the damage.
Kill. Dopamine
Yeah.
and Shihan barely surviving.
Yep, they have the damage unless Theoloris has 12 sack on Conqueror, and that's what they were waiting for. They did not want to go in there, risk blocking it, and then not have enough damage because of the heal and the ridiculous damage that Gwen's able to do. Remember, if your Conqueror is fully sacked, you can 1v2 the enemy team. Believe not in yourself, but in the absurdity of the Riot Games balancing team.
Jesus, man. Gwen today has looked pretty good, but hasn't won a game yet. Maybe this time around it will change. Shihan investing heavily in that magic resist early on.
Harbo, also living his best life. Space has to be wary. They don't know where Leona is. They only know Leona is not bot side immediately able... Honestly, they don't know that. She could be on the catwalk. Immediately able to slam R on him. But until that, all he has is a cleanse. That's all he has right now. And that arrow, only going to be good into Dopamine. So Dopamine, no flash, he should be worried about a potential opener by Space and Bao. Space, remember, subbing in for natives today. I remember when they typed in the chat today that ADC on natives, they will be using Space, and I was saying, you should always use Space on the ADCs.
Yeah, I've never had a card where you've tried to be this humorous. The puns.
Clarifications had to be made. I actually try to be this humorous all the time, you just never laugh. My self-esteem goes down dramatically whenever we cast together.
Yeah, same for me, because you're so smart about the game, and I don't know that.
I mean, you could have just ended it at the word smart, to be honest. It would have been accurate.
I mean, you're smart at Gyugas, actually. That's impressive.
That's true.
Will claim this hand. But yeah, you're the best Gyugas I've ever seen, and I think this Theolorus is as bad as I've ever seen him. Surely there is no way out of getting anything in this situation.
Don't watch the World Championships, and then you can continue saying that.
Yeah, I won't, just because
Yeah.
of my mental health, because I'll feel horrible at geography. If I watch that as the Herald shot, we'll get 1, maybe 2 turrets as well. The 2 charges are guaranteed. The second turret will be the prize, as I do believe it's going to go down here. Harbo defending it on his own. The game a bit more methodical than the other ones, but a lot has still happened, especially around the neutral and standing gold on the map.
Yep, kill advantage on the side of Verdant, but natives are slowly but surely chipping down the map. Cassante really can't deal with Gwen. There is that top side that natives can always play with, and they're always playing with wave advantage, so they're able to do something there. They're able to translate that into a midsection toss, and remember that Herald did not get contested because Gwen has the side prio on top side the whole time. So Herald able to be taken, able to be dropped, the map opening up severely in favor of Verdant. in favor of natives. Verdant able to trade back a tower on bot lane, but remember last game, remember how dramatically those mid towers shifted the course of what was a much more vibrant game in terms of kills, but this game is one for the map movement and macro nerds out there.
Yeah, it's a nerdy game of League of Legends. This is the woke League of Legends.
The voice,
Clean, moving around. Yeah, go on.
the voice was not required. So
Actually, it was required. Thank you very much.
wow.
Regardless, no, the arrow connects on Komsky. The snipe,
the
the
arrow.
kill to be claimed, and down goes Komsky. TP's in though, this ain't over. Never mind it is, Shihan did not want any piece in that. And he's right back out of there.
Honestly, the shred for Painful, the owner wasn't even able to get ultimate off, so that TP in by Cassante wasn't able to do anything. They've just burned TP. That's going to really negate Verdant's ability to play the map after this. This looks like a pretty good natives win. Yes, the kills are still in favor of Verdant, but nothing else is at this point. With 28 seconds for Mountain, natives are clearly in control of the map.
So, 20 seconds on the Drake as well. And as you say, no TP for Shihan. That could be crucial in that. So we'll see what Verdant's counter move is here. Is it, like, what do they have planned instead?
I mean, they probably do end up going for the Drake to try to burn Fiolorus' TP, and if Fiolorus does end up going for that TP, it's gonna depend. Oh, okay, here we go. They're trying to get the Cassante grouped up earlier, but honestly, natives could just give up this Drake. Oh,
forced
TP coming
to ult out to safety. Drake still aggroing Hubble. Take a bit of damage from him. Let's look at Ball here. Can he find the right engage? That could be massive for the upcoming fight. Clearly, they want to fight this on the flank. Comes Shihan. Painful. The priority target, but instead Hybrid is one locked up initially. Ball finds two on his engage. Space though caught out. The cleanse keeps him alive and stops that ignite from ticking. The Drake still not going down, but Verdant are falling to pieces here. It is natives who are looking to clean up the rift. X drop the next on the menu. That is 3 already claimed. The Drake as the cherry on top. It is dessert for natives as they get everything they could have wanted.
Yep, Native's draft was being praised pre-game. Painful's not done. Dopamine is down. Your favorite champion not able to do anything. Into your actual favorite champion, the Corkster, the man himself. Painful now 5-1. Did get targeted a bit in that laning phase, but all for naught. Space. He's subbed in for natives, but it looks like natives. They're potentially able to claim a very critical victory that they need to be in the running. Right, if they end up on 3 today, they're only 1 win away from being in that race with everyone else tomorrow. This is a brilliant start for natives to the week if they're able to close it out. But they have 3 objectives here. They could give up 1 for tempo, and if they give up 1 for tempo, they're likely on Verdant's Nexus. So all the options in favor of natives. They Verdant need to use all the space in between. But we did think there would be issues with the Verdant composition beforehand, right? The Gwen, very well placed to give pressure here, and that pressure she has been getting the whole time, right? Desperation play by Verdant. They were on a timer with the Cassante to have to do something. Turned out to be a crucial mistake as the Gwen that's been getting economy this whole time. Painful has been getting advantages. All of it snowballed, and now that final thing they just didn't have. They didn't have the kill advantage. They have it now. Cassante's like, I don't see any advantage on this Gwen. I'm going in. And the refs are like, pause that. What did you just say? That's a Gwen. Alright? What are you talking about?
Let's hope this pause is a short-term one. I will keep you guys updated if anything is informed that it could be longer. I do fear that. Okay. We are back. In an instant, the Honoris could be in trouble as well. Or, as I say that, I do have to realize it can heal up quite a lot, but never count out the Cassante. That's one thing I've learned from watching too much League of Legends.
Too much of what kind? NLC League of Legends, maybe?
Just League of Legends, to be honest. But then again, when I say I watch a lot of League of Legends, I think I watch quite a lot of League of Legends. But you watch an insane amount of League of Legends, so you probably know, yeah.
You probably watch more Danish League than me. I generally only get caught up at playoffs when it comes to those guys.
Yeah, I get what I watch what I can, but it's not always I have the time, you know. as I'm starting to grow a beard, it takes a lot of time to make sure it grows and nurture it successfully.
I was thinking about that the other day because I was casting EPL. I was doing a Sigma cast on the EPL. By the way, you can catch me on the EPL tomorrow. Yeah, you can catch me on the EPL tomorrow at the very least for the second game. I'll try to be there for the first game, but probably just the second BO2 tomorrow. And there were shadows. Everyone had shadows. They had like these really hyper detailed shadows in game. And I was having like such a double take. Like, has the game always had these options? How come I've never seen them? Like really detailed shadow. I was like, I think that was the first time I'd seen League on like max settings. Even though I've been watching it non-stop for years.
Crazy.
I was saying, dude, I was actually having like an existential crisis. It was insane. Like the
all
reads.
those hours watching League of Legends, but you've never seen it in the best graphical setting.
The reads had such detailed shadow. That guy had everything. Like Ezreal here would have an insane shadow right now on those settings. Like you can kind of see one under Leona, right? But trust me, this is a different level. I couldn't believe it. Anyway, that's a diatribe because this game is not like the last game.
Bot lane?
Right?
Oh, Shihan, you're losing
Until
this,
now.
man. Fialorus is healing up all the damage you're doing. And even more. Let's see,
dodged?
though. Dancing
No!
around. No! Pick the fight you could not win. And Fialorus will not find himself in a peculiar situation. Just goes for the turret instead. Is the hello miss back up? Yes, it is. And now Doberman is the one in trouble, actually, I will say. The knock-up is good. Fialorus, no!
Oh, no.
Don't let top laners pick Gwen. Forces 3 members down there. And where does the rest of natives go? Right to the Baron. They will claim it for free. Yes, they lose a mid lane turret, but what a play overall.
Yep, double aggression play right there. We talk about this every single time we watch G2. This is G2's bread and butter. You have a threat play on bot and a threat play on the top side of the map. The enemy can only group and outnumber you on one of them. And so long as you are ahead on both objectives, you will get something no matter what. Yes, they grouped and they killed Fialorus. But not only was Fialorus able to trade one back, they were already on the Baron, and that Baron could not be contested. It could not be contested because the numbers were not there for Verdant to do so. They were too busy trying to deal with Fialorus on this Gwen. That ticking time bomb has exploded. The Gwen is a big threat. They're able to play with Gwen like this consistently, then yeah, maybe you'll take small trades, but it'll be like the last game, right? Or maybe it was 2 games ago. Yes, you may have gotten that inch back, but only after losing that mile.
Yeah, that is actually a really good point. I really like this. Your opponents take a mile and then you get something back, but it just doesn't compare. And it's really an inch in the grand scheme of things. And in 11 seconds, yet another mile can go over to the side of natives. It's the soul. Verdant, though, here to respond. Fear is on the top side pushing away. So let's see how this cross map will be played. Can natives buy time? What's the move? Verdant, though, starting up the Drake. TP.
Ezreal pretty good in these situations if the fight is slow. Natives don't want this fight to be slow. They want to engage. They want to find something painful trying to
the
poke.
TP coming in.
Have it.
Bow
They're in.
finds absolutely no one on the initial engage, but it doesn't really matter because they're so far forward that Fialorus can just look to run them down. He should die here in the end, but he's found 2 before that. And there goes the soul into the waiting hands of natives. X-Drop and Harpo, try as you might, but nothing can stop this native roster from getting all that they want.
Very good trigger pull by natives there. The worst case scenario is that they just stare at an Ezreal slowly poking them down all the time. Corki can't quite match that, but the TP comes in from Fialorus and the go button is there for the rest of natives. They do enough of a distraction on the rest of them. They split them off enough. Fialorus knows that if he goes in and trades a kill, he has done his job and he'll continue to be the threat on the next respawn. The enemy will be so low that it should be a free cleanup for the rest of natives. Very, very good read on the situation there by the team, and subs apparently not that big of an issue. Joker over with Nord able to take a win versus the top team DMG. Natives 2-6 with space coming in on the AD carry role. He's 0-1-8. He's not even super carrying here, but it's fitting for the side of natives, and it's fitting when they need it the most. Going into Verdant, 2 wins behind the rest of the pack. They need to close that gap. This makes NLC even closer as we enter the later stages of the regular season.
Paulo caught out this time around. Obviously can buy a lot of time.
Oh my god.
There is no unbreakable will, and they just can't come through the HP bars. I thought maybe the fight would continue with the native engage, but they'll just try and poke down Harpo though. caught out here. Can they just burst him down? Yes, it's the emphatic answer. He's now forced to dash away. One more auto would do it. And there it comes. Hybrid picks up the kill. This is game, set, and match. The gold lead is 11k natives. At the steps of the base, will break it all open in one go and get that third victory of the split.
This is gonna lead to 0 perfect days. Almost a perfect day for Archman, but you get Verdant on this one, not natives as natives. They want to keep that double aggression up. You either save your Nexus or you save the Baron. It's not gonna be either. Zyra does go down, Dopamine does fall down in the Baron pit right there. It's natives. They end the game a crucial win. Right, remember how we think about this, right? It's much more useful to think in terms of how many weeks it would take to catch up, because you don't want to be in the final week needing 2 weeks worth of games. Right now, they're a full week behind the rest of the pack, but with this one win, if they get one more, they equalize. Worst case scenario, say that Verdant were to lose tomorrow, then you can overlap them in 1 week. They want to stay in that 1 week period. Right now, worst case, they're still going to be a week behind everyone else, but at least they keep that. At least right now, coming into the final stretch, they'll still be in the running. They need to keep this momentum.
That is a very good point. The playoff race is well and truly alive with this victory for natives. All the doors are open. Anything can happen pretty much in the NLC. We'll throw to a short break, and when we come back, the analysts will break down this, very hard racing games today. Blah.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice, and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
All doors are open, as Duckling stated, and everybody's still willing to fight for playoffs place. Thank you, Duckling. Thank you, Veteran. It was lovely to see you with beards. But now natives taking down Verdant with fashion as well. That is the most important part of it. That was a fashion game. I don't know if you agree with me. I'm giving MVP to Theo.
See, that's a great shout, but
When?
my MVP is going to hashtag Dem Drafts. That was beautiful. That was a 10 out of 10. That was a 10 out of 10, 80-20 draft from Dem. My boy, he took it home. I mean, what can you say? You got to sometimes give it to the coach when he produces something special. This was definitely one of them, and obviously the players delivered upon that setup. You've got to do it. You've got to hold up their end of the bargain. But it has to be said, natives came for this one prepared, and it's really, really important for them to get this win. I'm super happy for them.
Question: Are you actually fighting the host for the MVP?
Yes.
Where do you think you are, man?
All right, can I fight too? Can I fight this one as well? Can I give it to Bull instead? I thought that Alistair performance was really good.
Yo, true. That guy was crazy.
I changed my idea. Bull it is.
I agree. Let's go, Bull.
Wait, does that mean I'm the superior host because I made the host change their mind?
Wait, you come here. No, the Alistar was amazing, and I gotta give credits to Dem. Obviously, that was an amazing champion select. He brought so much. Every single pick was like a counter towards what they brought up. I mean, Todok, you were a coach once back in the past, so obviously, yeah.
Bro, I'm not retired yet. Come on, leave me alone. I'm in the NACL right now. Come on. Look, just because I'm not in your neck of the woods.
Like you were saying, you were a coach before, right?
Oh, right. Oh, I see how it is. But yeah, absolutely. This is the type of stuff that as a coach you really live for. When you actually manage to have a vision for countering the enemy team's B1 and then delivering upon that with your players' champion pools as well in mind. And I think Dem did that to a superb degree. And I hope to see more of that coming out from natives the rest of the split, because this is the first time in a good while, I would say, where I've seen a genuine good draft gap and then strong execution come out from definitely the side of natives. And if they keep managing to do this, that is how you keep taking the important steps up the mountain to playoffs.
I totally agree. It seems like the mountain is open. Like everybody can go into the top of the standings. I don't think Blue Whites can pull it. That would be a miracle of its own. But aside from it,
think
Playoffs,
that they
you
are
can still
officially
fight.
out, actually. I think they're officially out. I don't think there are enough games that Blue Whites could actually win that they could. I'd have to double check, but I was pretty sure they had to win every single game to even
And
have the
still.
hope. Yeah, exactly. I think now it's official.
Yeah, not even plot armor can save you from that one. At the end of the day, what's the recap from both of you from the games we had today?
Well, I think the league has rounded out in the way that we somewhat expected, but has also been made more competitive by that. And what I mean by this is, there was a real chance that a couple of teams in our league could have started galloping away. They could have improved over the past few weeks. They could have become cleaner, more refined, and actually be charging their way, to a point where we say, look, these guys are untouchable. It happens in a lot of different leagues across Europe and, across League of Legends, where actually there's no chance of the team in 6th beating the team in 1st. I think that the case with the NLC this split is actually that every single team has maintained its flaws from the start of the season. And whilst that is, sad in some respects, because look, we want our teams to get better, we want them to do well at EME Masters, it also means that actually, one, there's still a place to go, so, we're not writing them off at this point, but it also means that it's very, very competitive within our league, and I don't think we can write off any single game of being, just chalked up to position in the standings. A team like Ruddy, for instance, still has a lot of problems, and a team like Natives, well, they're on the up, and, if they still can play each other, I don't know if they can, but, that would be a hugely competitive game, in my opinion. I don't think it would go one way or the other. And this is the type of stuff that you really live for if you're a competitor in this league, but hopefully also as a fan, because if you support any of these teams that are still in the race, they can literally all beat each other on the day, and that's fantastic.
I love it.
I'm definitely with you on this one, Torg. I think that I have it's the top 6 in my mind, which is funny because it's actually not the top 6. I think that Natives, after this performance, really, at first it was only 5, and they have entered into this race a little bit, like having toppled Verdant, having knocked them down a peg. Light side, we saw that game against Ruddy kind of showing their downward trajectory that they're currently on. But I look at a lot of the teams, like Nord looked really good today, but they had their issues. We say with looking at DMG, they looked bad at first, but then they looked good towards the end of the game. It was just a couple of mistakes earlier on that put them in a bad position. Ruddy plays muddy. They are all ready to fight, and it's one of those things where I kind of look at how this league could really shake out, and I wouldn't be surprised if we go into the final week and we have a 4-way tie for first place with 2 teams right outside of it ready to take down any of those 4.
Oh boy, that would take like a weekend to untie. I love it. I'm down for that one. So if you have any idea who do you think is the MVP of the day, head on to Twitter and slap in your vote. And if you want to, might as well, if you're staying on Twitter, join the Fantasy League and actually make a team of your own. There's a lot of players that you may believe like, oh, X-Drop should be here and this should be there. And then you can make your own Fantasy League. And why do I win with that, Asher? Well, not only a fun time, but also you can get a keyboard, the mouse, and the headset if you're the best of the best at the end of the split. So it's up to you. Don't waste any time. Head onto social media and join the Fantasy League. Without that in mind, gentlemen, I bid you farewell, so I'd like to get your last words. This sounded ominous.
Omnius.
Quack. Quack would be my last word.
Nice.
Quack.
Well, that is beautiful. My last words are the NLC is still only just beginning. I'm very excited for the rest of this league. Thank you very much for having me.
I love that one, Todok. And for you, Magical, I find it interesting that it took one day of you to be a better duck than a gentleman called Duckling. Well, then I might not bid you farewell until then, because we're back tomorrow at the same time as usual. We don't have graphics, and we do apologize for that. So tomorrow's going to be a better day for everyone involved, and you as well, because without you, it's not the same broadcast. So join us tomorrow for another day, 10th day of the NLC Summer Split 2024. It's up to you, and until then, keep climbing. I'll see you soon.
Break it down, step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what we never done. Oh yeah, yeah.